Today, I've prepared the biography of Abraham Lincoln. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let your breathing slow as we journey back to the 1800s, to the humble beginnings of a man who would forever change the course of American history. The soft glow of your bedside lamp might remind you of the candlelight by which young Abraham read his books, hungry for knowledge despite his frontier upbringing. Let the weight of your blanket become a comforting reminder of the weight this remarkable man carried throughout his life. As your eyelids grow heavy, we'll explore the life of the 16th president, whose wisdom and compassion continue to inspire us today. Let his story gently guide you toward peaceful dreams tonight, in the quiet stillness of a Kentucky winter. On the 12th day of February in the year 1809, a child was born in a humble log cabin. This child, who would one day stand among the tallest figures in American history, both in stature and in legacy, was named Abraham Lincoln. The cabin where little Abraham drew his first breath was simple and rustic, nestled in Hardin County, Kentucky, a place of rolling hills and gentle streams where the rhythm of life moved slowly with the changing seasons. Thomas Lincoln, Abraham's father, was a carpenter and farmer, a man whose hands were rough from honest labor. He had known hardship throughout his life, moving from place to place in search of better opportunities. His spirit resilient against the challenges that frontier life presented. Nancy Hanks Lincoln, Abraham's mother, was a gentle soul with a quiet strength. She possessed a love for stories, and despite her lack of formal education, instilled in young Abraham a curiosity about the world beyond their humble dwelling. Imagine, if you will, the soft glow of candlelight illuminating the small cabin as Nancy would hold her young son close, whispering tales that would spark his imagination and plant the seeds of his future eloquence. The crackling of the fire provided a soothing backdrop to these precious moments, moments that young Abraham would carry with him long after his mother was gone. The Lincoln family's life in Kentucky was not easy. The land was beautiful, but challenging to farm, and the specter of uncertainty was ever present. When Abraham was just 7 years old, a dispute over the title to their land prompted Thomas Lincoln to make a decision that would alter the course of his family's life. They would leave Kentucky behind and seek a new beginning across the Ohio River in Indiana. The journey to their new home was long and winding, through forests thick with ancient trees and across streams that flowed endlessly towards distant horizons. For young Abraham, this journey was both an adventure and an education, as he observed the changing landscape and the diverse people they encountered along the way. Indiana welcomed the Lincolns with its wild beauty and untamed forests, the family settled in what is now Spencer County, a place where the wilderness still reigned, and where a young boy could wander among the trees, listening to the whispers of the wind and the songs of birds overhead. It was here, in this peaceful yet challenging environment, that Abraham began to develop the physical strength that would later be noted by all who met him. The Lincolns built a new cabin in Indiana, and life settled into the familiar rhythms of frontier existence. Thomas would work the land, while Nancy tended to the home and the education of her children. Abraham and his older sister Sarah would help with chores, their days filled with the simple but essential tasks that sustained their family's life. But the tranquility of their new beginning was not to last. In the autumn of 1818, when Abraham was just 9 years old, a shadow fell across the Lincoln home. A disease known as milk sickness swept through their community, claiming many lives, including that of Nancy Hanks Lincoln. The loss of his mother was a profound wound for young Abraham, a sorrow that would echo throughout his life. In the quiet aftermath of this tragedy, the Lincoln home fell into a melancholy state. Thomas, now a widower with 2 young children, struggled to maintain their home and farm. Sarah, though just a girl herself, took on many of her mother's responsibilities, caring for her younger brother as best she could. And Abraham, with a child's resilience, but also a deep sensitivity, began to find solace in books and learning. The following year brought a change to the Lincoln household. Thomas journeyed back to Kentucky and returned with a new wife, Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow with 3 children of her own. This blending of families might have been difficult, but Sarah Bush Lincoln proved to be a kind and nurturing stepmother. She recognized something special in young Abraham, a brightness of mind, a depth of thought that set him apart. Under his stepmother's gentle encouragement, Abraham's love for reading flourished. Books were scarce on the frontier, but he sought them out with determination, often walking miles to borrow a volume he had not yet read. By the flickering light of the hearth, after his chores were done and the house had grown quiet, he would lose himself in the pages of books like Pilgrim's Progress, Robinson Crusoe, and a biography of George Washington. The formal education available to Abraham was limited. In total, he would later recall that his schooling amounted to less than a year, spread across several different subscription schools, where his father would pay a small fee for him to attend when farm work allowed. But what Abraham lacked in formal education, he made up for with his insatiable curiosity and his determination to learn. Picture the young boy, tall for his age, with dark hair and thoughtful eyes, sitting by the window of their cabin, a book open on his lap, his long fingers tracing the lines of text as he mouthed the words to himself. Outside, the Indiana wilderness stretched endlessly, the seasons painting it in ever-changing colors, the fresh green of spring, the rich abundance of summer, the fiery hues of autumn, and the stark beauty of winter. As Abraham grew into adolescence, his physical strength became remarkable. He could wield an axe with skill and endurance that impressed even the most seasoned frontiersmen. His tall, lean frame gave him an advantage in the physical labor that was a constant in frontier life. He helped his father clear land, build fences, and tend to crops, his body growing strong even as his mind continued to hunger for knowledge. The Lincoln family's neighbors would later recall the young man's willingness to help others, his good humor, and his gift for storytelling. Abraham had a way of observing the world around him and finding both wisdom and humor in everyday occurrences. He would often entertain friends and family with tales and jokes. His expressive face and natural timing making him a beloved figure in their small community. In 1830, when Abraham was 21 years old, the Lincoln family decided to move once again, this time to Illinois. The rich, fertile soil promised better farming opportunities, and Thomas Lincoln, ever in search of improvement, led his family to a new beginning. Abraham helped his father build their new home and establish their farm near Decatur, fulfilling his duty as a son before setting out to forge his own path. The following year marked Abraham's first independent venture into the wider world. He helped transport goods down the Mississippi River to New Orleans, a journey that exposed him to the vastness and diversity of America. It was during this journey that he witnessed the harsh realities of slavery firsthand, seeing men, women, and children bought and sold like cattle. The experience left a deep impression on him, one that would influence his thoughts and actions in the years to come. Upon returning from this journey, Abraham decided not to return to his father's farm. Instead, he settled in the small village of New Salem, Illinois, where he would spend the next 6 formative years of his life. New Salem was a tiny frontier settlement on the Sangamon River, a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the needs of its inhabitants and the changing of the seasons. In New Salem, Abraham took on various jobs. He clerked in a store, split rails, served as a postmaster, and eventually became a surveyor. Each role added to his understanding of people and his knowledge of the world. The villagers came to respect the tall, thoughtful young man who could both split a log with impressive strength and discuss complex ideas with clarity and insight. It was in New Salem that Abraham began to develop his interest in law and politics. He would borrow law books from a local attorney, studying them in the evening after his work was done. His interest in public affairs led him to run for the Illinois state legislature in 1832. Though he lost this first election, he gained valuable experience and made connections that would serve him well in the future. The people of New Salem saw something special in Abraham Lincoln. They recognized his integrity, his intelligence, and his genuine concern for the well-being of others. These qualities would serve as the foundation for his later political career. But at the time, they simply made him a respected and well-liked member of their small community. Abraham's time in New Salem was also marked by personal growth and some heartache. It was here that he experienced his first romantic relationships, including a deep attachment to a young woman named Anne Rutledge. Her untimely death in 1835 was said to have affected him profoundly, casting him into a period of melancholy that concerned his friends. Yet, even in times of personal sorrow, Abraham continued to pursue knowledge and self-improvement. He joined a debating society, honing the oratorical skills that would later distinguish him. He read voraciously, borrowing books whenever possible and engaging in discussions about politics, philosophy, and the pressing issues of the day. In 1834, Lincoln was elected to the Illinois state legislature, beginning his political career in earnest. He was re-elected in 1836, 1838, and 1840, serving his constituents with the same honesty and thoughtfulness that had characterized his interactions in New Salem. During this time, he also pursued his legal studies with increased dedication, obtaining his law license in 1836. The following year, 1837, marked another significant change in Abraham's life. He moved to Springfield, Illinois, which would be his home for the next 24 years. Springfield was a growing town, offering more opportunities for a young lawyer and politician than the declining village of New Salem. It was here that Abraham Lincoln would build his law practice, deepen his political involvement, and eventually meet the woman who would become his wife. As we reflect on the early life of Abraham Lincoln, we can see the threads that would later weave together to form the tapestry of his remarkable character. The hardships of frontier life taught him resilience and self-reliance. The loss of his mother instilled in him a deep empathy for those who suffer. His limited formal education drove him to become a lifelong learner, constantly seeking to expand his understanding of the world. The physical labor of his youth built not only his strength, but also his appreciation for the dignity of honest work. His experiences in small communities like New Salem developed his skills in relating to people from all walks of life, and the values instilled by his family, honesty, integrity, and a strong work ethic, would guide him throughout his life. In the quiet moments between the significant events of his early years, we can imagine young Abraham sitting under a tree with a borrowed book, or standing by the Sangamon River, watching the water flow by, or gazing up at the star-filled sky above the Illinois prairie. In these moments of solitude and contemplation, the foundations of his character were being formed, preparing him for the monumental role he would play in the nation's history. Sea was long and winding, filled with both triumph and tragedy. But the qualities that would make Abraham Lincoln one of America's greatest presidents His wisdom, his compassion, his eloquence, his unwavering moral compass were cultivated during these early years, taking root in the rich soil of his experiences as a child and young man on the American frontier. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the soft glow of twilight, as the world begins to quiet and minds drift toward peaceful slumber, let us journey back to the gentle rolling hills of the American frontier, where the story of Abraham Lincoln's family begins. Like a river flowing unhurriedly through time, the Lincoln ancestry winds its way through the early American landscape, carrying with it the dreams, struggles, and quiet dignity that would one day shape a president. The Lincoln family story begins not with Abraham himself, but with his ancestors who crossed the Atlantic in the early 1600s, settling in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Samuel Lincoln, a weaver from Norfolk, England, arrived in 1637, seeking the promise of religious freedom and new opportunities in a distant land. Picture him standing on the deck of a wooden ship, the salt spray of the ocean misting his face as he gazed toward the horizon, unaware that his bloodline would one day produce one of America's most beloved leaders. From these New England roots, the Lincoln family gradually migrated southward and westward, each generation moving a little further into the American wilderness. They were simple people, working with their hands, living close to the land, and carrying with them the quiet values of hard work, honesty, and perseverance. These qualities flowed through the generations like a gentle stream, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden beneath the surface, but always moving forward. Abraham's grandfather, also named Abraham Lincoln, was born in Pennsylvania and later settled in Virginia before moving his family to Kentucky in the 1780s. The elder Abraham was a captain in the Virginia militia during the American Revolution, standing tall for the cause of liberty that his grandson would one day so eloquently defend. Imagine him in the evenings, perhaps sitting by a crackling fire, sharing stories of courage and freedom with his children, stories that would be passed down and shape a family's understanding of what it meant to be American. In those early Kentucky days, life was filled with both promise and peril. The land was rich and beautiful, with rolling hills and fertile valleys, but the frontier was also dangerous. Tragically, the elder Abraham was killed by Native Americans while working in his fields in 1786, leaving behind a widow and 5 children, including Thomas, who would become the father of the future president. Thomas Lincoln grew up without a father's guidance, learning to make his way in the world through observation and necessity. He became a carpenter and farmer, a man who could build a cabin, craft furniture, and work the land. His hands were calloused from labor, his mind practical rather than scholarly. In 1806, he married Nancy Hanks, a woman whose family history remains somewhat mysterious. adding a gentle layer of intrigue to the Lincoln family story. Nancy Hanks Lincoln brought her own heritage to the family tapestry. Some accounts suggest she was illegitimate, born to Lucy Hanks, while others trace her lineage to more established families. What is known is that she was intelligent and could read, a remarkable skill for a frontier woman of her time. She taught young Abraham his letters and instilled in him a love of learning that would become a defining characteristic of his life. On a cold winter day in February 1809, in a humble log cabin near Hodgenville, Kentucky, Nancy gave birth to Abraham, their second child. The cabin was small and simple, with a dirt floor and few amenities. Outside, the Kentucky winter painted the landscape in shades of brown and gray, while inside, a new life began that would eventually bring color and unity to a divided nation. The Lincoln family followed patterns common to many frontier families of the time. They moved frequently, seeking better opportunities and more promising land. When Abraham was 7, the family relocated to southern Indiana, partly because of land title disputes in Kentucky, and partly because Indiana was a free state without slavery. This early exposure to the issue of slavery may have planted seeds in young Abraham's consciousness that would later grow into his firm conviction about human equality. In Indiana, the Lincoln family established a homestead in the wilderness. Picture young Abraham helping his father clear the land, the rhythmic sound of axes against wood filling the air, the scent of fresh-cut timber mingling with the earthy aroma of newly turned soil. They built a cabin and began the hard work of creating a farm from the forest. These years were formative for Abraham, teaching him the value of persistence and the dignity of labor. But sorrow also visited the Lincoln family in Indiana. In 1818, when Abraham was just 9 years old, his mother Nancy died from milk sickness, a disease caused by drinking milk from cows that had eaten poisonous white snake root. The loss of his mother left a profound emptiness in young Abraham's life, a quiet ache that would never fully heal. In the stillness of grief, he perhaps found the beginnings of the deep compassion that would later define his presidency. A year after Nancy's death, Thomas Lincoln married Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow with 3 children of her own. Sarah became a loving stepmother to Abraham and his sister Sarah. She recognized Abraham's intelligence and encouraged his education, bringing a measure of warmth and stability back into the Lincoln home. Under her gentle influence, the blended family found a new harmony, like separate streams joining to form a stronger river. Family traditions in the Lincoln household were simple but meaningful. They centered around the rhythms of agricultural life, planting in spring, harvesting in fall, preparing for winter, and celebrating the return of spring. Sundays were for rest and reflection, often including readings from the family Bible. Abraham absorbed the cadences and stories of Scripture, influences that would later infuse his speeches with moral authority and poetic resonance. The Lincolns were not wealthy, but they maintained traditions of hospitality common to frontier families. Travelers were welcomed, stories were shared around evening fires, and community gatherings provided rare opportunities for socializing. Young Abraham listened intently to the tales told by visitors, absorbing the varied accents, expressions, and perspectives that would later help him connect with people from all walks of life. Music was another thread in the fabric of Lincoln family life. Though they had few instruments, they sang folk songs and hymns, their voices blending in the evening air. Abraham developed a fondness for ballads that told stories of love, loss, and adventure. These musical narratives perhaps helped shape his appreciation for the power of words to evoke emotion and convey meaning. As Abraham grew into adolescence, his intellectual curiosity began to set him apart. While he worked alongside his father during the day, plowing fields, splitting rails, and helping with carpentry, his mind hungered for knowledge beyond the physical world. By the soft glow of firelight, after the day's labor was done, he would read whatever books he could borrow. His stepmother later recalled how he would walk miles to borrow a book, treating each volume as a precious treasure. This love of learning sometimes created tension between Abraham and his father. Thomas Lincoln, practical and focused on survival, didn't always understand his son's intellectual pursuits. He needed Abraham's strong arms for farming and building, not his mind for poetry and mathematics. Yet, despite these differences, there remained a bond between father and son, a quiet respect that transcended their different natures. The Lincoln family, like many frontier families, maintained connections to their extended relatives through letters and occasional visits. Family stories were passed down orally, creating a sense of identity and continuity across generations. Abraham heard tales of his grandfather's courage during the Revolution, of his ancestors' journeys across the expanding nation, of hardships endured and overcome. These narratives helped shape his understanding of America as a land of opportunity and second chances. When Abraham was 21, the Lincoln family moved again, this time to Illinois. By then, he was ready to establish his independence, though he helped his father settle before striking out on his own. The family bonds remained, stretching across distance like invisible threads connecting hearts and minds. Throughout his life, Abraham Lincoln carried with him the cultural heritage of his upbringing. He maintained the unpretentious manner of his frontier origins, preferring straightforward speech to flowery rhetoric. His humor, often self-deprecating and illustrated with homespun anecdotes, reflected the storytelling traditions of his Kentucky and Indiana childhood. Even as he educated himself and moved in increasingly sophisticated circles, he never lost touch with the common wisdom and values of his family background. The religious influences of Lincoln's family life were complex and nuanced. While his parents were Baptists with strong faith, Abraham developed a more personal and philosophical approach to spirituality. He absorbed the moral teachings and biblical knowledge of his upbringing, but interpreted them through his own thoughtful lens. This independent spiritual thinking would later help him navigate the religious dimensions of national crises with wisdom and respect for diverse beliefs. Lincoln's family heritage also included a tradition of political awareness. Though his parents were not politically active, discussions of government policies and elections were part of frontier life. Neighbors gathered to debate issues, and traveling speakers brought news of national developments. Young Abraham listened and formed his own opinions, beginning the political education that would eventually lead him to the presidency. The Lincoln family's economic struggles instilled in Abraham a deep empathy for those facing hardship. He never forgot what it meant to work from dawn until dusk and still have little to show for it. This understanding of financial precariousness informed his later economic policies and his belief that government should help create opportunities for ordinary citizens to improve their circumstances through honest labor. As Abraham Lincoln moved away from his family home and into his own adult life, he carried with him the invisible inheritance of his ancestry, the resilience of pioneers, the dignity of craftsmen, the curiosity of seekers, and the compassion of those who have known sorrow. These qualities, nurtured in the simple context of frontier family life, would eventually enable him to lead a nation through its darkest hours with wisdom, determination, and profound humanity. The story of Lincoln's family heritage reminds us that greatness often has humble beginnings, that mighty rivers start as small streams, and that the most significant influences on our lives are often the quiet, daily examples of those closest to us. As we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how the simple values of the Lincoln household, honesty, hard work, learning, and compassion, transcended their time and place to touch the heart of a nation. In the gentle rhythm of Abraham Lincoln's family story, we find a lullaby of American identity, not grand or pretentious, but authentic, resilient, and ultimately transformative. The boy who read by firelight after a day of physical labor, who absorbed the stories of travelers and the wisdom of the Bible, who knew both loss and love within the circle of family, carried these experiences within him as he grew to become the man who would preserve the Union and proclaim freedom for all. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the quiet wilderness of Kentucky, in the early years of the 19th century, a small log cabin stood nestled among the trees. This humble dwelling, constructed of rough-hewn logs with chinks filled with clay, was the first home of Abraham Lincoln, born on a cold February day in 1809. The cabin itself was simple and sparse. Just one room with a dirt floor, where the Lincoln family made their earliest memories together. The walls were thick, providing shelter from the harsh winter winds that whistled through the forest. And in summer, they kept the interior cool against the pressing heat. The natural world surrounding young Abraham's first home was vast and untamed. Towering oak trees stretched their branches toward the sky, creating a canopy that dappled the forest floor with gentle patterns of sunlight and shadow. Wild grapevines twisted around tree trunks, and in autumn, the forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves in rich shades of amber, russet, and gold. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves mingled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers in spring, creating a tapestry of aromas that changed with the passing seasons. The sounds of this wilderness were Abraham's first lullabies. The soft hooting of owls in the evening, the melodic songs of thrushes and warblers at dawn, the distant howling of wolves on moonlit nights, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze formed the soundtrack of his earliest days. When rain fell, it pattered on the cabin roof with a soothing rhythm, sometimes gentle and whispering, other times drumming with the intensity of summer storms. Life in this Kentucky homestead followed the natural rhythms of the sun and seasons. The Lincoln family rose with the first light of dawn, when the eastern sky blushed pink and gold, and the day's work began immediately. Young Abraham would wake to the sounds of his mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln, stirring the embers in the fireplace to prepare the morning meal. The comforting aroma of cornmeal cooking in an iron skillet would fill the small cabin, mixing with the woody scent of the fire. The cabin had few furnishings, perhaps a table crafted by Thomas Lincoln, Abraham's father, who was a skilled carpenter, a few wooden stools, and beds filled with corn husks or straw. Light filtered through the single window, and at night, the dancing flames from the hearth cast long, flickering shadows on the walls, creating a warm, golden glow that enveloped the family as they gathered close after the day's labor. When Abraham was just 7 years old, the family moved to Indiana, seeking better land and escaping boundary disputes that plagued Kentucky. The journey itself was an adventure for young Abraham, traveling through forests and across streams. The family's possessions loaded onto a wagon or carried on pack horses, the rhythmic creaking of wagon wheels, the soft thudding of horse hooves on the forest paths, and the calls of wild birds overhead accompanied their journey. Their new home in Indiana was initially even more primitive than the Kentucky cabin. For the first winter, the Lincolns lived in a half-faced camp, a simple 3-sided shelter with the fourth side open to the elements, protected only by a large fire kept burning day and night. The constant presence of this fire created a warm, flickering light that pushed back the darkness of the forest, and its smoke carried the scent of burning hickory and oak into the crisp Indiana air. The sounds of construction soon filled their days as Thomas Lincoln and neighbors worked to build a more substantial cabin. The rhythmic chopping of axes against tree trunks, the scraping of adzes shaping logs, the thudding of mallets driving wooden pegs. These were the industrial melodies of frontier life. Young Abraham, though just a boy, helped as he could, learning early the value and necessity of physical labor. The new cabin, like the one in Kentucky, was simple, but offered more protection from the elements. It too had a dirt floor at first, though later Thomas would craft wooden planks to cover it. The walls were chinked with clay mixed with grass or animal hair to keep out the winter winds. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its chimney made of sticks and clay, drawing the smoke upward and out into the Indiana sky. The natural environment of southern Indiana was similar to Kentucky, but with subtle differences that a child's keen senses would notice. The forest was denser, with fewer clearings. Sycamores and maples joined the oaks and hickories, creating a diverse woodland community. The underbrush was thick with blackberry brambles that offered sweet rewards in summer, and pawpaw trees provided their exotic, custard-like fruit in early fall. Wildlife abounded in these woods. Deer moved silently between the trees at dawn and dusk, their white tails flashing as they bounded away at any disturbance. Wild turkeys scratched in the leaf litter, and squirrels chattered and leaped from branch to branch overhead. At night, the eerie calls of whippoorwills echoed through the darkness, and fireflies danced like floating stars on warm summer evenings. The rhythm of life in Indiana followed the agricultural calendar. Spring brought planting time, when the soil, warmed by increasing sunlight, was turned with plows pulled by oxen or horses. The fresh scent of newly turned earth filled the air, mingling with the fragrance of apple and cherry blossoms from the small orchard the family eventually planted. Summer days were long and filled with the constant tasks of tending crops, the air humming with insects, and occasionally punctuated by the distant rumble of thunder. As afternoon storms gathered, autumn brought harvest time, when the Lincoln family worked from dawn until dusk to gather and preserve food for the coming winter. The sweet smell of ripening corn and apples pervaded the homestead, and the evenings grew cooler, with mist rising from the nearby creek in the mornings. Winter brought a different pace, slower, more inward focused, with days spent in mending tools, making candles, smoking meat, and for young Abraham, increasingly, in reading whenever light was available. The social environment of Lincoln's childhood was as formative as the physical one. Though neighbors were spread far apart by today's standards, the pioneer community was tight-knit and interdependent. Barn raisings, corn huskings, and house buildings brought people together in shared labor, followed by simple celebrations. The sounds of fiddle music, laughter, and stomping feet on wooden floors marked these gatherings, creating memories of community amidst the isolation of frontier life. The Lincoln home itself was a place of both joy and sorrow. When Abraham was 9 years old, his mother Nancy died from milk sickness, a disease contracted from drinking milk from cows that had eaten poisonous white snake root. The cabin, once filled with her gentle presence, fell into a period of somber quiet. Young Abraham helped his sister Sarah, just 11 herself, try to maintain the household until Thomas Lincoln returned to Kentucky and brought back a new wife, Sarah Bush Johnston Lincoln. About a year later, with Sarah Bush Lincoln came her 3 children, creating a blended family that filled the cabin with new energy and voices. Abraham's stepmother recognized his intelligence and encouraged his education, creating a more nurturing environment for the growing boy. The cabin became a place of stories exchanged around the evening fire, of lessons learned from the few precious books that made their way into Abraham's hands. The sensory environment of Lincoln's education was simple but profound. Without formal schools for much of his childhood, Abraham learned to read and write using materials at hand. The feel of charcoal between his fingers as he practiced writing on a wooden shovel, to be shaved clean for the next lesson, the weight of borrowed books carried carefully home through the forest, the smell of tallow candles, or the pine knots burning in the fireplace that provided the only light by which to read after the day's work was done, the sound of his own voice as he practiced reciting passages he had memorized, sometimes to the amusement of family members, but increasingly earning their respect. Water was a constant presence in Lincoln's childhood landscape. Little Pigeon Creek flowed near their Indiana home, its gentle gurgling a constant soundtrack to daily life. In spring, when snowmelt and rains swelled its banks, the creek became a rushing torrent, powerful enough to turn the wheels of the local mills, where the Lincolns would take their corn to be ground into meal. In summer, its cool waters offered relief from the heat and humidity, and young Abraham likely spent many hours along its banks, fishing or simply watching the play of sunlight on water. The seasons brought dramatic changes to this environment. Winter transformed the landscape into a monochrome world of white snow and gray tree trunks, with the occasional flash of cardinal red among the branches. The cabin became an island of warmth in this frozen landscape, with frost patterns forming on the small window panes, and snow sometimes drifting through the chinks in the walls until they were better sealed. The crunch of footsteps on snow, the crack of ice breaking on puddles, and the muffled quiet that follows a heavy snowfall were winter's distinctive sounds. Spring arrived with an explosion of life and color. Wildflowers carpeted the forest floor, delicate white bloodroot, purple violets, yellow trout lilies, and pink spring beauties created a patchwork of color among the emerging green. Birds returned from their winter journeys, filling the dawn hours with a chorus of songs. The air itself seemed to change, carrying the scent of growth and possibility. Summer brought its own sensory richness. The heavy humidity of Indiana summers wrapped around the body like a warm blanket. Thunderstorms built in the afternoons, their approach signaled by darkening skies and a distinctive stillness, followed by the rumble of thunder that could be felt as much as heard. After the storm passed, the forest steamed as sunlight returned, creating a misty, primeval atmosphere among the trees. In this environment, young Abraham developed a strong physique and the skills needed for frontier survival. He learned to wield an axe with precision, the rhythmic swing and satisfying thunk as the blade bit into wood becoming as natural as breathing. He developed calluses on his hands from the wooden handles of tools and learned to read the weather from the behavior of animals and the feel of the air. These physical experiences shaped not only his body, but his understanding of the world and his place in it. The social circles of Lincoln's youth gradually expanded beyond the family cabin. As a teenager, he occasionally worked for neighbors, expanding his understanding of different household dynamics and work methods. He took produce to the local gristmill, where farmers gathered to have their grain ground into flour, creating an informal community center where news and stories were exchanged. These experiences exposed him to different accents, vocabularies, and perspectives, enriching his understanding of human nature. When Abraham was 17, the family moved once again, this time to Illinois. The landscape opened up from the dense forests of Indiana to include more prairies, with tall grasses that rippled like water in the wind. The horizon stretched farther, perhaps inspiring a broader perspective in the young man's thinking. The soil was richer, darker, promising better agricultural returns, though still demanding the same back-breaking labor to transform wilderness into farmland. Throughout these changes of place, certain constants remained in Lincoln's environment. The rhythm of physical labor structured his days. The repetitive motion of planting seeds, hoeing weeds, splitting rails, or harvesting crops created a meditative cadence to existence. The sensory experiences of rural life surrounded him. The taste of fresh berries picked along the path home, the cool relief of shade after hours in the sun, the comforting weight of a quilt on cold nights, the distant howling of wolves that reminded settlers of their tenuous place in the wilderness. As Abraham Lincoln moved toward adulthood, these early environments remained within him, forming the foundation upon which his character would build. The physical hardship taught resilience. The natural beauty inspired reverence, and the social connections fostered empathy. The simple log cabins of his youth, with their dirt floors and smoky interiors, might seem harsh by modern standards, but they provided the essential elements of shelter, community, and belonging that nurture human development. The sensory memories of these places, the play of firelight on rough-hewn walls, the sound of rain on a cabin roof, the feel of soil between fingers, the taste of food grown and harvested by one's own labor. The scent of forest and field through changing seasons. These experiences shaped Lincoln's understanding of America itself. He carried with him always an intimate knowledge of the land and its people, not as abstract concepts, but as lived reality, rich with sensory detail and emotional significance. In these quiet, humble surroundings, far from the centers of power and privilege, a future president absorbed the lessons of nature and necessity, forming connections to the fundamental experiences that would allow him, years later, to speak to and for a nation of similar origins. As sleep approaches, we might imagine young Abraham, tired from a day of physical labor, lying on his simple bed, watching the last embers of the fire cast their gentle glow across the cabin ceiling, listening to the night sounds of the wilderness beyond the walls, his mind already reaching toward horizons beyond the forest edge, carrying within him the seeds of greatness nurtured in the rich soil of ordinary life. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As Abraham Lincoln moved toward adulthood, these early environments remained within him, forming the foundation upon which his character would build. The physical hardship taught resilience, the natural beauty inspired reverence, and the social connections fostered empathy. The simple log cabins of his youth, with their dirt floors and smoky interiors, might seem harsh by modern standards, but they provided the essential elements of shelter, community, and belonging that nurture human development. The sensory memories of these places, the play of firelight on rough-hewn walls, the sound of rain on a cabin roof, the feel of soil between fingers, the taste of food grown and harvested by one's own labor, the scent of forest and field through changing seasons. These experiences shaped Lincoln's understanding of America itself. He carried with him always an intimate knowledge of the land and its people, not as abstract concepts, but as lived reality, rich with sensory detail and emotional significance. In these quiet, humble surroundings, far from the centers of power and privilege, a future president absorbed the lessons of nature and necessity, forming connections to the fundamental experiences that would allow him, years later, to speak to and for a nation of similar origins. As sleep approaches, we might imagine young Abraham, tired from a day of physical labor, lying on his simple bed, watching the last embers of the fire cast their gentle glow across the cabin ceiling, listening to the night sounds of the wilderness beyond the walls, his mind already reaching toward horizons beyond the forest edge, carrying within him the seeds of greatness nurtured in the rich soil of ordinary life. The formal education of Abraham Lincoln was brief and intermittent, like soft rain that falls occasionally upon thirsty soil. In total, his schooling amounted to perhaps 1 year, spread thinly across his childhood and adolescence. These scattered moments of instruction came in what were called blab schools, simple one-room structures where students of all ages recited their lessons aloud together, creating a gentle hum of voices learning in unison. Young Abraham would walk miles through forests and fields to reach these humble places of learning, his long legs carrying him over paths dappled with morning light, his mind eager for the nourishment that awaited. The teachers who briefly entered Lincoln's life were themselves modestly educated, offering basic instruction in reading, writing, and arithmetic, the essential tools that would allow a frontier child to navigate the practical world. Among these educators was Zachariah Riney, who taught Lincoln his letters in Kentucky, and later Andrew Crawford in Indiana, who emphasized manners alongside mathematics in these simple schoolrooms, lit by natural light streaming through small windows. Young Abraham would sit on rough-hewn benches, his attention focused on the limited selection of books available, absorbing their contents with a quiet intensity that set him apart from many of his peers. What distinguished Lincoln was not the quantity of his formal education, but the quality of his self-directed learning, which flowed like a gentle, persistent stream through the landscape of his life. Stories of his determination to read have the soft, worn quality of beloved myths. Tales of a boy reading by firelight after the day's labor was done, the flames casting warm, dancing shadows as his eyes moved across pages borrowed, begged, or earned through his own efforts. The books themselves were few but precious. The Bible, with its rhythmic, poetic language and moral parables, Aesop's fables, teaching wisdom through simple stories of animals and their ways, Pilgrim's Progress, with its allegorical journey mirroring the spiritual and intellectual pilgrimage Lincoln himself was undertaking. And later, the collected works of Shakespeare, whose insights into human nature would resonate throughout Lincoln's life. When books were scarce, Lincoln turned to newspapers, which arrived irregularly in frontier settlements, bringing news of a wider world beyond the trees. These papers, often read aloud in general stores, or passed from family to family, until the pages grew soft with handling, connected isolated communities to national conversations about politics, economics, and the growing tensions between different visions of America's future. In these columns of print, Lincoln encountered the ideas and debates that would eventually draw him into public life, absorbing them in the quiet hours when others might have sought rest. The rhythm of Lincoln's self-education followed the natural cycles of frontier life. During winter months, when agricultural work slowed and daylight shortened, he could devote more hours to reading and thinking. In these periods of relative quiet, with snow muffling the sounds of the world outside and firelight creating a small circle of warmth, Lincoln would work through difficult texts, sometimes copying passages that particularly moved him. The scratch of his pen on paper, a soft counterpoint to the crackling of burning wood in warmer seasons, when physical labor demanded more of his time and energy. He might carry a book in his pocket, retrieving it during brief moments of rest, reading a paragraph or two while sitting in the shade of a tree. The pages stirred by the same gentle breeze that brought relief from summer heat. Lincoln's mathematical education deserves special mention, for in it we see the practical and theoretical sides of his mind working in harmony. He mastered the basics of arithmetic through both formal instruction and practical application, measuring fields, calculating crop yields, determining fair divisions of goods or profits. As he grew older, he sought out more advanced mathematical knowledge, teaching himself the principles of geometry and delighting in the elegant logic of Euclid's elements. There is something deeply soothing in imagining Lincoln, by then a grown man with the responsibilities of adulthood upon his shoulders, sitting quietly with Euclid's ancient text, working through proofs by candlelight, finding satisfaction in the timeless certainties of mathematical reasoning. The development of Lincoln's distinctive writing style, clear, powerful, and often deeply moving, began in these early years of self-education. He practiced his penmanship on whatever surfaces were available, sometimes using charcoal on wood when paper was scarce. He copied passages from books he admired, absorbing their rhythms and structures. He wrote out his own thoughts, then revised them, seeking greater clarity and precision. This process, repeated countless times over years, was like the slow polishing of a stone in a stream, each revision removing rough edges until the natural beauty of the material emerged. The deliberate pace of this development, so different from our modern expectations of quick results, reminds us that the most enduring skills often grow at the unhurried pace of natural processes. The gradual strengthening of a tree, the patient carving of a river valley. Lincoln's intellectual development was nourished not only by books, but by conversation and debate. In the general stores and taverns of frontier settlements, men would gather to discuss the issues of the day, their voices rising and falling like the murmur of a stream as they shared news, argued politics, or told tall tales. Young Lincoln, initially a listener at the edges of these circles, gradually became a participant and eventually a central figure, known for his thoughtful contributions and his ability to lighten tense moments with humor. These informal gatherings served as a kind of folk university, where ideas could be tested against the practical wisdom and varied experiences of neighbors. As Lincoln moved into his late teens and early 20s, his intellectual horizons continued to expand gently but persistently. His work as a ferry operator on the Ohio River brought him into contact with travelers from different regions, each carrying stories and perspectives that added to his understanding of the diverse tapestry of American life. Later, as a shopkeeper in New Salem, Illinois, he had access to more books and newspapers, which he read during quiet moments between customers. The small settlement of New Salem itself became an important classroom for Lincoln, offering opportunities to practice leadership, develop social skills, and engage with a wider range of people than he had known in his childhood. It was in New Salem that Lincoln first seriously studied law, borrowing legal texts from John Todd Stewart, a practicing attorney who recognized the young man's potential. Lincoln's approach to legal education was characteristically methodical and unhurried. He would read slowly through dense legal language, pausing to consider difficult concepts, sometimes walking miles to discuss a point with someone who might help clarify his understanding. This patient process, spread over years rather than concentrated in a formal course of study, allowed the principles of law to settle deeply into his thinking, becoming not just professional knowledge, but part of his worldview. The intellectual influences on Lincoln were diverse and sometimes seemingly contradictory, like different streams flowing into the same river. From the Bible, he absorbed not only moral teachings, but a powerful literary style. The balanced phrases, the evocative metaphors, the rhythmic repetitions that would later characterize his greatest speeches. From Shakespeare, he gained insight into the complexity of human nature and the tragic dimensions of leadership. From Thomas Paine and other Enlightenment thinkers, he encountered arguments for natural rights and the fundamental equality of all people. From the speeches of Henry Clay, he learned the art of political persuasion. From newspapers and political pamphlets, he followed the ongoing debates about tariffs, banking, internal improvements, and most significantly, the troubling question of slavery that would eventually define his presidency. What made Lincoln's intellectual development remarkable was not just what he learned, but how he integrated these diverse influences into a coherent personal philosophy, like a skilled weaver working with threads of different colors and textures. He brought together strands from different traditions, religious faith, and rational inquiry, practical experience and abstract principle, emotional understanding and logical analysis, creating a pattern uniquely his own. This integration happened not in sudden flashes of insight, but through long periods of reflection, often during solitary walks or quiet evenings, when thoughts could gently settle and find their natural relationships to one another. Lincoln's development as a public speaker followed a similarly gradual path. His early attempts at oratory in New Salem were sometimes awkward. His tall frame and frontier mannerisms initially more noticeable than his words, but he persisted, joining debate societies, speaking at local gatherings, gradually finding his voice. He learned to adjust his style to different audiences, speaking plainly to farmers and laborers, adopting more formal language when addressing educated groups, always seeking the most direct and honest way to communicate his ideas. Over time, his speeches became known for their clarity, logical structure, and occasional flashes of poetic beauty, like unexpected wildflowers blooming along a well-worn path. Throughout this long, slow process of intellectual growth, Lincoln maintained a quality of humility that made continued learning possible. He never pretended to know more than he did, was willing to ask questions that might reveal his ignorance, and remained open to changing his mind when presented with new information or better arguments. This humility was not self-deprecation, but rather a quiet confidence that recognized the vastness of human knowledge and the ongoing nature of education. Like a patient gardener who understands that plants grow according to their own natural rhythms, Lincoln allowed his mind to develop at its own pace, neither forcing insights nor becoming discouraged by temporary limitations. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Lincoln in his early 30s, now a lawyer and state legislator, still carrying within him the curious, determined boy who had taught himself to read by firelight. We might picture him sitting quietly in the evening, perhaps by a window where the last light of day filters softly through, a book open before him, his long fingers turning a page with care. In his face, we would see both the marks of the physical hardship he had endured and the quiet dignity that comes from self-cultivation. His eyes, deep set and thoughtful, would move slowly across the text, taking in not just information, but wisdom, connecting each new idea to the sturdy framework of understanding he had built over years of patient study. In this moment of quiet contemplation, we can see how Lincoln's unique education, formal and informal, practical and theoretical, social and solitary, had prepared him not just for professional success, but for the profound moral and political challenges that awaited him. The knowledge he had gathered was not compartmentalized, but integrated into his being, like nutrients absorbed by a growing tree, becoming indistinguishable from the self. This organic, natural quality of Lincoln's intellectual development reminds us that the deepest learning is not a matter of accumulating facts, but of becoming more fully who we are meant to be. A process as gentle, persistent, and ultimately powerful as the changing of seasons or the flowing of rivers to the sea. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Abraham Lincoln's life was shaped not just by his own determination, but by the quiet, steady influence of mentors, teachers, and friends who guided him along the way. These relationships unfolded like the slow unfurling of leaves in spring, some brief but bright, others deepening over years, all leaving their mark on the man he became. To understand Lincoln is to listen to these voices that whispered wisdom into his ear, that offered kindness when he needed it most, that challenged him to think more deeply than he had before. One of the earliest figures to leave an imprint on young Lincoln was his mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln. Though her time with him was short, she passed away when he was just 9 years old. Her memory remained with him like a soft echo. She had been the one who first encouraged his curiosity, who taught him to read, who spoke to him in gentle tones about honesty and kindness. In the flickering light of their Indiana cabin, she had planted the seeds of morality that would later grow into his unwavering sense of justice. Years after her death, Lincoln would still speak of her with reverence, calling her his angel mother, a phrase that carried the quiet weight of a child's love, undiminished by time. If Nancy Lincoln was the tender hand that nurtured his earliest years, his father, Thomas Lincoln, was a more complicated presence, a man of rough edges and practicality, who valued hard labor over book learning. There were tensions between them, moments when young Abraham's hunger for knowledge clashed with his father's belief that time spent reading was time wasted. And yet, even in their differences, Thomas Lincoln unknowingly gave his son something essential: a resilience, a toughness born of frontier life, a determination to push forward no matter the hardship. Though they would never fully understand one another, the father's stubborn endurance became part of the son's character, like the deep roots of an oak that anchor it against the storm. But books, perhaps more than any single person, served as Lincoln's earliest teachers. Yet this humble description belied the depth of his self-guided study. He devoured every volume he could find: Aesop's fables, the Bible, Shakespeare, Blackstone's legal commentaries, each one a quiet companion in his journey toward understanding. The words of great thinkers became his mentors, their ideas shaping his mind as surely as any living teacher could. When he was a young man, drifting down the Mississippi River on a flatboat, he encountered the wider world for the first time: the bustling markets of New Orleans, the cruel sight of enslaved men and women in chains. It was a moment that would linger in his mind, a turning point where the abstract lessons of morality he had absorbed from books collided with the harsh reality of human suffering. Though no single person guided him in that moment, the experience itself became a silent teacher, planting a question in his heart that would one day demand an answer. As he grew older, more formal mentors began to appear in his life. One of the most significant was Mentor Graham, the schoolteacher who ran a small school in New Salem, Illinois. Graham recognized Lincoln's hunger for learning and took him under his wing, lending him books, guiding him through grammar and mathematics, and encouraging him to refine his rough frontier speech into something clearer and more precise. It was Graham who first suggested that Lincoln might have a future in law, planting the idea that would eventually lead him to the courtroom and beyond. Their time together was brief, just a few months, but the lessons Lincoln learned in that humble schoolhouse stayed with him for life. Another crucial figure was Bowling Green, the jovial, good-natured justice of the peace in New Salem. Green saw something special in the tall, awkward young man who was always eager to discuss politics and law. He welcomed Lincoln into his home, let him borrow books from his personal library, and even allowed him to practice law in his courthouse before he was officially licensed. Green's kindness was unassuming, his guidance offered without expectation of reward, and Lincoln never forgot it. Years later, after Greene's death, Lincoln would speak of him with deep affection, remembering the man who had believed in him when few others did. Then there was John Todd Stewart, the well-educated lawyer, who first invited Lincoln into his law practice in Springfield. Stewart was polished, refined, a man of society, everything Lincoln was not at the time. Yet instead of looking down on him, Stewart saw potential. He lent Lincoln books on legal theory, introduced him to influential people, and gave him the space to grow into his own as a lawyer. Their partnership was not without its tensions. Stewart was often absent, leaving Lincoln to handle much of the work. But it was an essential stepping stone, the first real foothold in Lincoln's legal career. Perhaps the most profound intellectual influence on Lincoln, though, was the great orator and statesman Henry Clay. Though they never met, Clay's speeches and writings became a guiding light for Lincoln, shaping his political philosophy in fundamental ways. Clay's vision of a united America, his belief in compromise and gradual progress, his opposition to the expansion of slavery, all these ideas resonated deeply with Lincoln, weaving themselves into the fabric of his own thinking. He would later call Clay his beau ideal of a statesman, a phrase that carried the weight of a disciple speaking of his teacher. And then there was Joshua Speed, the man who became Lincoln's closest friend during his early years in Springfield. Speed was a merchant, not a lawyer or politician, but he provided something Lincoln desperately needed at that time: companionship. They shared a bed above Speed's store for years, talking late into the night about life, love, and the future. In those quiet conversations, Lincoln found a sounding board for his doubts and fears, a friend who listened without judgment. Their bond was deep enough that, when Lincoln was on the verge of calling off his engagement to marry Todd, consumed by anxiety, it was Speed who talked him through it, who helped him find the courage to move forward. Mary Todd Lincoln herself, though often remembered for her later struggles, was also an intellectual force in Lincoln's life. Well-educated and politically astute, she challenged him, debated with him, pushed him to think more strategically about his ambitions. Their marriage was not always peaceful, but it was a partnership of minds as well as hearts, and her influence on his political career should not be overlooked. As the years passed, Lincoln's web of mentors and friends expanded. Figures like Judge David Davis, who helped guide his legal career, or William Herndon, his law partner who became both a confidant and a fierce defender of his legacy. Each relationship added another layer to his understanding, another thread in the tapestry of his life. And so, as we imagine Lincoln in his later years, the weight of the presidency upon him, the nation tearing itself apart, we can see how all these voices had shaped him: the humility learned from his mother, the resilience from his father, the love of language from Mentor Graham, the political vision from Henry Clay. quiet comfort of Joshua Speed's friendship. They were all there, woven into his words, his decisions, his very being. Mentorship for Lincoln was never about blind imitation. It was about absorbing what was useful, discarding what was not, and always remaining open to learning. Even as president, he sought counsel, listened to differing opinions, and adjusted his course when new wisdom presented itself. His greatness lay not in never needing guidance, but in recognizing how much he still had to learn, even at the height of his power. And so we might picture him now, in the quiet of the White House at night, surrounded by books and papers, the weight of war pressing down upon him. The voices of all those who had shaped him, living and dead, known and unknown, whispering in his ear, guiding him still. The boy who had read by firelight had become the man who held a nation together. And in that transformation, we see the quiet, patient power of influence, of friendship, of a life shaped by the wisdom of others. As sleep draws near, we can almost hear those voices ourselves, soft, steady, timeless, reminding us, as they reminded Lincoln, that no one walks this path alone. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story, in the quiet years before the storm of history would call him to greater things. Abraham Lincoln was simply a young man carving out his place in the world. Step by patient step, his early career unfolded in the small towns of Illinois, where the dusty roads stretched between settlements still raw with the energy of a growing nation. The prairie winds whispered through the tall grass, and in those wide open spaces, Lincoln found his first footing in law and politics, an unassuming beginning for a man whose name would one day echo through time. After leaving his father's farm, determined to make his own way, Lincoln found work as a store clerk in New Salem, a tiny village perched along the Sangamon River. The work was humble, stocking shelves, measuring out goods, swapping stories with the farmers and travelers who passed through. But in those quiet hours behind the counter, Lincoln absorbed the rhythms of human nature, listening to the worries and hopes of ordinary people. It was here, in the slow exchange of conversation, that he honed the gift of connection, the ability to speak plainly and persuasively, a skill that would later move a divided nation. When the store failed, as many small ventures did in those uncertain times, Lincoln did not despair. Instead, he turned his mind to law, borrowing books from whoever would lend them, studying by candlelight in the still hours of the night, the weight of a legal tome in his hands, the rustle of turning pages. These were his companions as he taught himself the foundations of justice. There was no grand classroom, no esteemed professor guiding him, only his own relentless curiosity and the quiet certainty that knowledge was the path forward. By 1836, after years of self-study and odd jobs, he earned his license to practice law. The following year, he moved to Springfield, the new state capital, where he joined the practice of John Todd Stewart, a fellow Whig and a man who saw promise in the tall, awkward young attorney. The law office was a modest space, cluttered with papers and the faint scent of ink and leather-bound books. Here, Lincoln began his real apprenticeship, not just in legal argument, but in the delicate art of persuasion, how to weave facts into a compelling story, how to make a jury feel the truth as much as understand it. Courtrooms in those days were simple affairs, often held in taverns or makeshift spaces where the heat of debate mingled with the smell of wood smoke and tobacco. Lincoln's deep, resonant voice would fill these rooms, his words deliberate, his logic unshakable. He had a gift for cutting through complexity, for making the law feel alive and relevant to the farmers and shopkeepers who sat in judgment. There was no flourish, no unnecessary theatrics, just a steady, patient unfolding of truth. Yet the law was not his only calling. Even as he built his practice, Lincoln was drawn into the whirl of politics, a natural extension of his belief that a nation's laws should serve its people. In 1834, he had won his first election to the Illinois state legislature, a role he held for 4 terms. The work was slow, often frustrating, filled with the petty rivalries and compromises of governance. But Lincoln listened, learned, and slowly earned the respect of his peers, not through bluster, but through reason, through that rare ability to disagree without making enemies. The 1840s brought new challenges. He married Mary Todd, a woman of sharp intellect and fiery spirit, their home in Springfield becoming a place of warmth and lively debate. Children's laughter filled the halls, a counterpoint to the weight of his growing responsibilities. His law practice thrived as he traveled the circuit, riding from town to town on horseback, his long legs dangling awkwardly over the sides of his horse. The rhythm of those journeys, the creak of saddle leather, the slow turning of wagon wheels on dirt roads became a meditation of sorts, a time to think, to reflect, to let his mind wander over the problems of his clients and his country. The cases he took were rarely glamorous. Disputes over land, debts, contracts, the small but vital concerns of ordinary lives. Yet in each one, Lincoln saw something larger. The fragile trust that holds society together. He argued not just for his clients, but for the idea that fairness and honesty should govern human dealings. And though he lost cases, as all lawyers do, he never lost sight of the fact that the law was not an abstract thing. It was the living breath of justice, or it was nothing at all. House of Representatives, Washington was a world away from the simplicity of Illinois, a place of marble halls and whispered intrigues. Lincoln found himself a small fish in a vast and turbulent sea, his voice often drowned out by the louder, angrier debates over slavery and expansion. He spoke against the Mexican-American War, an unpopular stance that cost him political capital. When his term ended, he returned to Illinois, his national ambitions seemingly stalled, yet even in what might have felt like failure, there were lessons. He had seen the machinery of power up close, had measured himself against the giants of the age. And though he stepped back into his law practice, though the days once again filled with depositions and deeds, his mind never truly left the larger questions. The nation was splitting along its fault lines, and he knew somewhere deep in that quiet, patient mind that a storm was coming. For now, though, there was the familiar comfort of routine, the rustle of papers on his desk, the scratch of his pen, the low murmur of clients in the waiting room. Outside, the streets of Springfield carried on, wagons rolling past, children playing in the dust. Life moved at its own unhurried pace, and Lincoln, for a little while longer, could simply be a lawyer, a husband, a father. The great currents of history would soon pull him forward, but in these quiet years, the foundations were being laid, not in grand speeches or dramatic gestures, but in the steady, daily work of thinking, listening, growing. And so, as the firelight flickers low, and sleep begins to soften the edges of the world, we can picture him there at his desk, in the courtroom, on the open road, a man not yet burdened by destiny, but already, unmistakably, becoming the person he was meant to be. The voices that guided him were gentle, the lessons slow and cumulative, like the turning of the earth beneath the endless prairie sky. And in that quiet becoming, there is a reassurance for all of us that great things often begin small, that the path is walked one step at a time, and that even the mightiest oak was once just a seed, waiting in the dark, patient soil, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. The years passed quietly, like the turning of pages in an old book, and with them, the storm Lincoln had sensed on the horizon finally began to gather. The question of slavery, that deep and festering wound in the heart of the nation, could no longer be ignored. Voices rose in anger, states bristled with defiance, and the fragile Union trembled on the brink. It was in this gathering darkness that Lincoln, now grayer, a little more worn by time and care, stepped forward not as a man seeking glory, but as one answering a call he could no longer avoid. The debates with Stephen Douglas had been a prelude, a testing ground for ideas that would shape a nation. Lincoln's words, always measured, always deliberate, carried the weight of a man who had spent years thinking deeply about the meaning of freedom. He did not thunder like an orator of old. Instead, he spoke plainly, carefully, as if each word were a brick laid in the foundation of something enduring. A house divided against itself cannot stand, he said, and though the phrase was simple, its truth resonated like a bell in the still night. People listened, not because he dazzled them, but because he made them think. Then came the election of 1860, a moment when the country held its breath. Lincoln, the prairie lawyer with the awkward frame and the sorrow-lined face, stood at the center of a whirlwind. He did not campaign with grand parades or fiery speeches. He stayed home in Springfield, receiving visitors in his modest house, speaking to them with that same quiet gravity that had always been his way. When the news came that he had won, there was no triumphant celebration, only a quiet acknowledgement of the immense task ahead. For even as the telegraph wires hummed with the results, the first threads of secession were already being pulled. The weight of the presidency settled upon him like a heavy coat. The South left, one state after another, and the cannons at Fort Sumter shattered any hope of peace. Lincoln, ever the student of human nature, understood that war was not just about armies and battles, but about the soul of the nation itself. He moved carefully, knowing that one misstep could unravel everything. The Emancipation Proclamation was not issued in haste. It came after months of deliberation. After weighing every consequence, he knew it would anger some, embolden others. But he also knew, in that deep place where his convictions lived, that slavery could no longer be tolerated in a country founded on liberty. The proclamation itself was not a sweeping, poetic document. It was legal, precise, a thing of clauses and conditions. Yet within those dry words lay the promise of freedom for millions. He did not sign it with flourish or fanfare, but with the steady hand of a man who understood the gravity of what he was doing. And when the ink was dry, the world had shifted ever so slightly toward justice. Through the long, bloody years of war, Lincoln carried the burden with a quiet fortitude. He visited the wounded, wrote letters to grieving mothers, and sat alone late into the night, staring at reports from the front. He was not a perfect leader. He made mistakes, hesitated at times, angered his allies with his caution. But what set him apart was his capacity to listen, to learn, to grow. He surrounded himself with men who disagreed with him, not because he enjoyed conflict, but because he knew that wisdom often came from the collision of differing minds. And then, in the soft glow of a November evening in 1863, he stood on a battlefield in Pennsylvania and spoke for 2 minutes. The Gettysburg Address was not meant to be the centerpiece of the ceremony. Others had delivered lengthy orations before him, but in those few words, he captured the essence of the struggle, the meaning of sacrifice, the hope that a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal might somehow endure. It was not a speech crafted to stir applause, but to stir souls. And in the centuries since, its quiet power has only grown. As the war dragged on, as the lists of the dead grew longer, Lincoln never lost sight of the larger truth, that this was not just a fight to preserve the Union, but to redefine it. The 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery once and for all, became his final great labor. He lobbied, cajoled, persuaded, using every ounce of his hard-earned political skill. And when it passed, when the roll call was finished and the deed was done, he allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. "This amendment is a king's cure for all the evils," he said. It was the last great gift he would give to his country. The end came softly, as endings often do. On a spring evening in 1865, with the war nearly over and the nation beginning to imagine peace, he sat in a theater box, laughing at a play. Then a shot rang out, and the long, weary journey was over. The man who had carried the weight of a fractured nation was gone, his work unfinished, but his legacy secure. And yet, in the quiet hours when the world slows and the mind drifts toward sleep, we can still sense him, not as a marble statue or a face on a coin, but as a man who walked through fire with steady steps, who led not by force of will alone, but by the power of patience, of humility, of an unshakable belief in the better angels of our nature. His words linger like embers in the dark, warm and enduring. His life reminds us that even in the darkest nights, light persists, that courage is often quiet, and that the most lasting changes are built not in grand gestures, but in the slow, patient work of a heart that refuses to give up. So let the story settle around you now, like a blanket on a cool night. Let the measured cadence of his life, the steady rhythm of his deeds, lull you into rest. For in his journey, there is a quiet reassurance that no matter how heavy the burden, how long the road, it is possible to move forward with grace, with kindness, with hope, and that is a thought gentle enough to carry you into dreams. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The story of Abraham Lincoln is woven with moments of quiet turning, subtle choices that rippled outward, shaping not only his own path, but the destiny of a nation. His life was not a straight road, but a winding one, marked by crossroads where a single decision or hesitation might have altered everything. Imagine, for a moment, the young Lincoln standing at one of these thresholds, the weight of possibility heavy in the air, the future still unwritten. One of the earliest such moments came in his youth, when he stood on the banks of the Ohio River, gazing at the flatboats carrying goods downstream. The water was wide, the current strong, and the world beyond his small Kentucky home seemed vast and unknown. He could have stayed, as so many did, tending to the familiar rhythms of farm life. But something in him stirred, a restlessness, a hunger to see more, to be more. And so, at just 19, he built his own flatboat and floated down to New Orleans, where the sprawling markets and the horrors of slavery left an indelible mark on his soul. Had he stayed, had fear or duty kept him rooted, would he ever have glimpsed the wider world that would one day demand his voice? Years later, another quiet pivot arrived in the form of a borrowed book. Lincoln was a young man adrift, working odd jobs, his formal education scant, just a few months of schooling scattered across his youth. But he thirsted for knowledge, and in the pages of Blackstone's commentaries on the laws of England asterisk, he found a calling, law. It was a path that required discipline, study, and patience. qualities he would hone over time. He could have dismissed the book as too difficult, too distant from the rough and tumble life of a frontier laborer, but instead, he let it guide him toward a career that would sharpen his mind and temper his words. Without that choice, would he ever have stood in courtrooms, learning the art of persuasion, or later, in debates that would define a nation? Then came the year 1832, when a young Lincoln, still untested, ran for the Illinois state legislature and lost. Defeat might have crushed a lesser spirit, sent him retreating into obscurity, but he pressed on, studying, speaking, building connections. 2 years later, he ran again, and this time he won. It was a small victory in the grand scheme, but it set him on the path of public service. What if that first loss had been the end? What if he had walked away, convinced that politics was not for him? The nation might never have known the leader who would one day hold it together. The 1850s brought storms that would test his resolve. The Kansas-Nebraska Act, which allowed new territories to decide for themselves whether to permit slavery, tore at the fragile seams of the Union. Lincoln, who had stepped back from politics to focus on his law practice, felt the old fire reignite. He could have remained silent, tending to his career, avoiding the gathering storm. But in 1854, he stood before a crowd in Peoria, Illinois, and delivered a speech that marked his return to the fray. His words were measured but firm, condemning the spread of slavery as a moral wrong. That speech, that choice to re-enter the arena, set him on a collision course with history. Without it, would he have ever faced Stephen Douglas in their famous debates? Would he have been positioned to rise to the presidency in the nation's darkest hour? The debates with Douglas in 1858 were another turning point. Lincoln, the underdog, challenged the incumbent senator to a series of public exchanges on slavery and the future of the Union. He lost that election too, but his words, "A house divided against itself cannot stand," echoed far beyond Illinois. The defeat, strangely, elevated him, his ideas catching fire in the hearts of those who feared the nation's division. Had he shrunk from the challenge? Had he softened his stance to court favor? Would he have emerged as the leader the Republican Party needed in 1860? Then came the election of 1860 itself, a moment when the country held its breath. Lincoln's victory sent shockwaves through the South, where states began seceding before he even took office. The burden that fell upon his shoulders was immense, the choices agonizing. He could have sought compromise, softened his stance on slavery to preserve the Union through concession. But he held firm, believing that some principles were too vital to surrender. When war came, he bore it with a heavy heart, his letters and speeches revealing a man who felt the weight of every life lost. What if he had bent? Would the Union have survived in name only, its soul compromised, or would the fracture have been even deeper, the nation never truly whole again? The Emancipation Proclamation, issued in 1863 was perhaps his boldest stroke. It was a military measure, framed as such, but its moral resonance was undeniable. Lincoln had long wrestled with how to end slavery gradually, with compensation or through outright abolition. The war forced his hand, and though the proclamation freed only those in rebel-held territories, it transformed the conflict into a fight for freedom. Had he delayed, had he waited for a more politically convenient moment, would the momentum for abolition have stalled? Would the 13th Amendment, which finally ended slavery nationwide, have found the support it needed? Even in his final days, as the war neared its end, Lincoln faced choices that would shape the peace. He could have spoken of vengeance, of punishment for the South, but he chose healing, a path of mercy that might have guided the nation's painful reunion. Had he lived, would Reconstruction have been less bitter? Would the wounds of war have mended more gently? We cannot know. The threads of history are too tangled, the alternatives too many. But as you drift toward sleep, let these moments linger in your mind like the soft glow of candlelight. Each choice, each step, was a stone placed carefully on the path, leading a humble man from a log cabin to the White House, from obscurity to immortality. His life reminds us that our own crossroads matter, that small decisions ripple outward in ways we cannot always see. And so, as you close your eyes, imagine the weight of those choices, the quiet courage they required, and take comfort in knowing that even in uncertainty, progress is possible. One step, one breath, one gentle turning at a time. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Abraham Lincoln's life was a tapestry woven with threads of deep relationships, some tender, some fraught, all shaping the man who would guide a fractured nation toward unity. His connections began in the quiet solitude of the Indiana woods, where as a boy he clung to his mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln, a woman of quiet strength and gentle wisdom. Her death when he was just 9 years old left a hollow space in his heart, one that his father, Thomas Lincoln, struggled to fill. Thomas was a man of rough edges, practical, but often distant, and young Abraham learned early to seek solace in books, in stories, in the company of those who could offer the warmth his home sometimes lacked. Years later, when he met Anne Rutledge in New Salem, Illinois, he found a kindred spirit. Anne was bright-eyed and kind, with a laugh that carried across the prairie like a soft breeze. Their bond was one of shared intellect and quiet affection, though the nature of their relationship remains shrouded in the soft light of legend. Some say they were deeply in love, others that they were merely dear friends. What is certain is that her death from typhoid fever in 1835 left Lincoln bereft. Friends spoke of his wandering the riverbanks in grief, of the way his already melancholic nature deepened. Yet even in loss, he carried her memory forward, a reminder of love's fragility and its enduring presence. In time, he courted Mary Todd, a woman of sharp wit and fiery temperament. So unlike the quiet Anne, theirs was a relationship of contrasts. Where Lincoln was pensive, Mary was vivacious. Where he withdrew into thought, she filled rooms with conversation. Their engagement was tumultuous, breaking once before mending again. Yet when they married in 1842, there was between them a mutual respect, a recognition that each brought something the other lacked. Mary believed fiercely in his potential, even when he doubted himself, and Lincoln, though often exasperated by her tempestuous moods, remained devoted through the storms of their marriage. Together, they raised 4 sons, though tragedy would claim all but one. Edward's death at age 4 and Willie's at 11 in the White House brought a shared sorrow that at times drew them closer, at others pushed them apart. Mary's grief was volcanic, while Lincoln's was a slow, silent river. He would sit by Willie's crypt, whispering to the air, while Mary filled her days with seances, desperate for any whisper from beyond. Yet, in their shared love for their surviving son, Tad, they found moments of reprieve, Lincoln carrying the boy on his shoulders through the White House, indulging his mischief, finding joy in the simplicity of fatherhood. Beyond family, Lincoln's friendships were few but profound. Joshua Speed, the merchant who offered him a place to stay when he was a penniless young lawyer, became a lifelong confidant. Their bond weathered distance and disagreement, particularly over slavery, as Speed hailed from a slave-holding Kentucky family. Yet Lincoln never let politics sever the connection, writing to him even at the height of the war, seeking solace in memories of their shared youth. Then there was William Herndon, his law partner for over 2 decades. Herndon was brash where Lincoln was measured, impulsive where Lincoln deliberated. Their debates in the Springfield law office were legendary, Herndon's voice rising in passion while Lincoln reclined in his chair, turning questions over like stones in his palm. Yet their partnership endured because each recognized the other's strengths. Herndon later wrote that Lincoln's greatest gift was his ability to see the heart of things, while Lincoln relied on Herndon's relentless energy to keep their practice thriving. Even after the presidency, even after death, Herndon would become the keeper of Lincoln's legacy, interviewing those who knew him, ensuring the man behind the myth was not forgotten. Professionally, Lincoln's alliances were often as strategic as they were sincere. His rivalry with Stephen Douglas, the Democrat whose seat he coveted in the Senate, was marked by fierce debates over slavery's expansion. Yet there was an odd camaraderie between them. Douglas once lent Lincoln a fresh shirt before a debate when he noticed his opponent's was wrinkled. Their contests were battles of ideas, not personal malice. And when Douglas died during the war, Lincoln ordered the White House draped in mourning, a quiet tribute to a worthy adversary. His cabinet, famously called a team of rivals, was a masterful balancing act. Men like William Seward, his Secretary of State, began as skeptics, even challengers. Yet Lincoln won them over with patience and humility. Seward, who once thought himself the better man for the presidency, came to admire Lincoln's steady hand, and their late-night conversations by the fireplace became the crucible for pivotal decisions, including the timing of the Emancipation Proclamation. Edwin Stanton, his war secretary, had once dismissed Lincoln as a long-armed ape. Yet, under the weight of shared responsibility, their relationship deepened into mutual respect. On Lincoln's deathbed, it was Stanton who whispered, "Now he belongs to the ages," a tribute from a man who had learned to see the greatness he once mocked. Even with Frederick Douglass, the abolitionist who had once condemned Lincoln's cautious approach to emancipation, there developed a bond of cautious trust. After their first meeting, Douglass remarked on Lincoln's entire freedom from prejudice, a rare quality in a white leader of that era. Their second meeting in the White House was warmer still, Lincoln rising to greet him with a handshake, addressing him as Mr. Douglass, a simple courtesy that spoke volumes. And then there were the soldiers, the countless young men in blue who saw in Lincoln not just a commander-in-chief, but a father figure. He visited hospitals, clasping hands with the wounded, remembering names, writing letters to grieving mothers. One private, barely conscious after losing a leg, awoke to find the president sitting at his bedside, reading scripture in a low, calming voice. These moments were not political theater. They were the natural outpouring of a man who could not bear suffering at a distance. As you drift toward sleep, imagine these threads: love, friendship, rivalry, reconciliation, woven into the fabric of Lincoln's life. Picture him laughing with speed by a Kentucky hearth, debating Herndon in a dusty law office, holding Mary's hand in their quietest moments, bending over a map with Seward as the fate of a nation hung in the balance. Each relationship was a mirror, reflecting back to him some part of himself he might not have seen alone. Each taught him something: patience from Mary, boldness from Douglass, perseverance from the soldiers who fought and died under his command. And so, as your breathing slows, let these connections linger like the last embers of a fire, glowing softly in the dark. They remind us that no life, however great, is lived in isolation. Even presidents need hands to hold, voices to trust, hearts to understand theirs. And in that truth, there is comfort, for if a man who carried the weight of a nation could still find space for love, for friendship, for quiet moments of tenderness, then surely there is hope for us all. Breathe deeply and rest. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. To truly understand Abraham Lincoln, one must step away from the grand stages of history, the debates, the battlefields, the solemn duties of the presidency, and into the quieter corners of his life. There, in the soft glow of lamplight, or the rustling of leaves on a country path, we find the man behind the legend. He was a person who cherished simple pleasures, who carried deep sorrows, who found solace in the rhythms of ordinary days. Imagine him now, rising before dawn in the White House, his tall frame wrapped in a well-worn shawl against the morning chill. He would pad barefoot to his desk, where a stack of letters and books awaited him. The quiet hours before sunrise were his refuge, a time to read, to think, to write. He loved poetry, Shakespeare's sonnets, the verses of Robert Burns, and would often murmur lines aloud, savoring the music of the words. Sometimes, if the weight of war pressed too heavily, he would open the Bible, tracing the lines of Psalms with a calloused finger, drawing strength from their ancient cadences. Breakfast was a simple affair: an egg, a slice of toast, perhaps a piece of fruit. He ate little, often forgetting meals entirely when lost in thought. Mary would scold him gently, fussing over his thinness, but he would only smile and pat her hand. Their marriage, like all marriages, had its storms: grief over lost children, the strain of public life, but it also had quiet tenderness. In the evenings, when the world allowed it, they would sit together by the fire, Mary's needlework in her lap, Lincoln's long legs stretched toward the warmth. She would read aloud from the newspapers, and he would listen, sometimes interjecting with a dry remark that made her laugh despite herself. When the weather was fine, he liked to walk slowly, deliberately, as if matching his stride to the turning of his thoughts. The gardens of the White House were his sanctuary, especially in spring when the magnolias bloomed. He would stop to watch the birds, their darting movements a brief respite from the burdens of office. Sometimes he carried a pocket knife, whittling absent-mindedly as he walked, the curls of wood falling like whispers to the ground. It was a habit from his youth, when long days in the Indiana wilderness taught him the meditative quality of working with his hands. Friendship was another anchor in his life. Joshua Speed, the man who had shared his bed in leaner days, remained a lifelong confidant. Their letters were filled with warmth, with humor, with the unspoken understanding of men who had seen each other through loneliness. Herndon, his law partner, was another kindred spirit, blunt where Lincoln was diplomatic, fiery where he was measured. Yet their differences only deepened their bond. They would argue cases, yes, but also philosophy, literature, the mysteries of human nature. Their voices rising and falling in the dusty office above the Springfield courthouse. And then there were the children. Willie and Tad, bright-eyed and mischievous, brought a lightness to his days. He adored them utterly, tolerating their pranks with a father's bemused patience. They would burst into his office during cabinet meetings, clamber onto his lap, and he, the president of a fractured nation, would let them play with his spectacles or tug at his beard. When Willie died, the loss nearly broke him. He visited the crypt alone in the dead of night to weep where no one could see. But in Tad, his youngest, he found a reason to keep his heart open. The boy's laughter was a balm, a reminder that joy could still exist, even in the darkest times. Lincoln's humor was legendary, a flickering candle in the gloom. He told stories, long, winding tales with a punchline that sneaked up on you. Some were borrowed from the circuit courts, others spun from his own imagination. He used them to disarm critics, to ease tension, to make the unbearable just a little lighter. A congressman once grumbled that the president was always joking, even as the country burned. Lincoln's reply, in the quietest hours, when the mansion was still, he would sometimes slip downstairs to the telegraph office, where operators worked through the night. There, amid the clicking machines and coded messages, he found a strange comfort. The wires hummed with life, with connection, proof that the nation he loved was still speaking, still striving, even in its brokenness. He would sit with the operators, listening as they deciphered dispatches from the front, his face unreadable in the flickering gaslight. He believed in dreams, or at least in their power to unsettle. One recurring vision haunted him, a phantom ship moving swiftly toward some unseen shore. He mentioned it only to Mary, who pressed his hand and said nothing. Superstition lingered from his frontier childhood, where signs and omens were part of the fabric of life. He read the world as a man might read a book, finding meaning in the slant of sunlight, the call of a distant owl. And books, oh, how he loved them. As a boy, he had walked miles to borrow a volume, devouring it by firelight. That hunger never left him. Even as president, he kept a well-thumbed copy of Aesop's fables on his desk, along with works on military strategy, history, the law. Reading was not just study, it was escape, a way to step outside himself for a while. His faith was quieter, more private than the fiery preachers of his day. He seldom spoke of it directly, but those who knew him well saw its imprint in his mercy, his humility, his unshakable belief that slavery was a moral wrong. He once told a friend that he could not bear to think of anyone as his enemy, not truly. Even in war, he grieved for the South, for the young men dying under flags, not his own. As sleep draws near, picture him one last time, not the stern figure of history books, but a man standing at a window, watching the first snow of winter drift onto the White House lawn. His breath fogs the glass. Somewhere in the house, Tad is laughing. Mary is humming a hymn, and for a moment, just a moment, the weight lifts. He smiles. The snow keeps falling, soft and silent, covering the world in stillness. Breathe deeply now, and let the image fade into the quiet of the night. Even the greatest lives are made of small moments, a shared glance, a book held close, a walk beneath the trees. And in those moments, there is peace. Rest well, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Imagine Abraham Lincoln as a young man in New Salem, rising with the sun as it crept over the rolling Illinois prairie. His mornings began simply, with the creak of wooden floorboards beneath his bare feet as he stepped out of bed, his tall frame unfolding slowly, The air was cool, scented with wood smoke and damp earth. He would wash his face in a basin of water, the chill waking him gently, then pull on his well-worn shirt and trousers, the fabric softened by years of use. Breakfast was plain cornbread, perhaps, or a bit of fried pork, eaten quietly as he gazed out the window, watching the world stir to life. His days were filled with the rhythms of small-town work, splitting rails, tending to the general store, or studying law books by the flickering light of a tallow candle. He carried a book with him everywhere, tucked into his coat pocket, ready to be opened in stolen moments. The store was a humble place, its shelves lined with jars of molasses, bolts of cloth, and sacks of grain. The scent of coffee and leather hung in the air, and customers would come and go, some lingering to talk. Lincoln would lean against the counter, listening, his deep voice rising now and then in a story or a joke, his laughter slow and warm. When evening fell, he might walk down to the river, the water moving lazily under the fading light. There he would sit on a fallen log, his long legs stretched out before him, watching the fireflies blink in the gathering dusk. Sometimes he recited poetry to himself, the words rolling softly off his tongue, or simply sat in silence, letting the peace of the moment settle over him. Back home, he would light a candle and read late into the night, the pages turning with a whisper, until his eyelids grew heavy and he finally blew out the flame. Later, in Springfield, his days took on a different shape. Now a lawyer, he rose early still, but his mornings were often filled with the rustle of legal papers and the scratch of his pen. His office was cluttered, stacks of books, half-written letters, a pair of spectacles left carelessly on the desk. The room smelled of ink and pipe tobacco, and sunlight slanted through the windows, catching motes of dust in its golden beams. Clients came with their troubles, and he listened with that same quiet patience, folding his hands together, his brow furrowing in thought. At midday, he might stroll to a nearby tavern for a simple meal, beef stew, a slice of pie eating slowly as he chatted with friends or read the newspaper. Then it was back to work, drafting arguments, preparing for court, his mind always turning, always weighing. Evenings were for home for Mary and the boys. The house on 8th Street was warm, filled with the sound of children's laughter, the clatter of dishes in the kitchen. Lincoln would sit in his favorite chair, one child climbing into his lap, another tugging at his sleeve, while Mary bustled about, her skirts swishing softly. After supper, he might read aloud from a book of poetry or the Bible, his voice deep and steady, the words a lullaby winding down the day. Then came the White House, and with it, a weight unlike any he had known. His mornings began earlier now, often before dawn, as he dressed in the dim light of his bedroom, the curtains drawn against the world's demands. Breakfast was a quiet affair, coffee, toast, an egg eaten quickly before the flood of visitors began. His office was a place of constant motion, messengers coming and going, generals waiting with reports, the air thick with tension. But amid the chaos, there were moments of stillness. The way he would pause at the window, staring out at the garden, or how he would lean back in his chair, closing his eyes just for a breath, as if gathering strength. Lunch, when he remembered to take it, was often interrupted. A plate left half finished as another crisis demanded his attention. But in the late afternoon, if he could steal an hour, he might walk the halls of the White House, stopping to talk to the staff, to ask after their families. His kindness, a quiet counterpoint to the storm outside. Some evenings, he escaped to the telegraph office, where he could read the latest dispatches in solitude. The click of the machine, a steady rhythm in the background. Nightfall brought no true rest. He often worked late, the lamplight casting long shadows across his desk. The papers before him were endless military orders, letters from grieving mothers, drafts of speeches. He wrote slowly, carefully, his pen moving in deliberate strokes. Sometimes, very late, he would wander down to the stables, just to be near the horses, their quiet breathing a comfort. Or he would stand at the window again, watching the moonlight silver the lawn, thinking of home, of simpler days. And then, at last, sleep. His bedroom was spare, the bed large but plain, the covers often rumpled from his restless turning. He slept lightly when he slept at all, his dreams filled with the echoes of the day. But sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, there was peace, the distant chime of a clock, the sigh of the wind in the trees outside, and for a few precious hours, the world let him rest. These were the rhythms of his life, small, quiet, ordinary in their way. The same routines repeated day after day, season after season, building the foundation of a man who carried so much. And in those routines, the cup of coffee at dawn, the walk at twilight, the book read by candlelight, there was a kind of solace, a steadying anchor in the storm. So let your own breath slow now, matching the gentle cadence of his days. Imagine the rustle of pages, the creak of a chair, the soft fall of footsteps down a hallway. These are the sounds of a life lived fully, tenderly, even in its busiest hours. And as sleep pulls you under, let the thought of those quiet moments, simple, steadfast, enduring, carry you into dreams. Rest well. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Abraham Lincoln carried his beliefs like the weight of well-worn books, not as burdens, but as companions. Their pages turned so often they softened at the edges. His philosophy was not shaped in grand halls or whispered in the ears of power, but in the quiet corners of his own mind, where thoughts had room to stretch and grow. He believed in the slow, steady work of reason, in the power of a story told well, in the unshakable truth that no man should be bound by another's will. These were not just ideas to him. They were the quiet pulse beneath his words, the foundation of every decision large and small. In his youth, Lincoln's views were simple, shaped by the hard-scrabble life of the frontier. Even then, there was a stubborn honesty in him, a refusal to bend when he knew something was wrong. He saw the world through the lens of hard work and fairness, believing that a man's worth was measured not by birth, but by what he did with his hands and his mind. He read voraciously, borrowing books whenever he could, losing himself in the words of Shakespeare, the Bible, and the great speeches of history. These stories settled deep in him, shaping the way he saw justice, mercy, and the slow march of progress. As he grew older, his thinking deepened, like a river carving its way through stone. He wrestled with questions of morality, of freedom, of the soul of a nation divided. Slavery, he came to believe, was not just a political issue. It was a moral stain, a betrayal of the very principles America claimed to uphold. Yet he was no zealot. He understood the weight of change, the necessity of patience. He knew that ideals must sometimes yield to practicality, that the arc of justice bends slowly. Still, he refused to let that bend turn backward. Lincoln's humor was one of his most revealing traits, a way to soften harsh truths, to make hard lessons easier to swallow. He told stories like a man sitting by a fireside, his voice warm and unhurried, his eyes crinkling at the edges, anecdotes about farmers and lawyers, about foolish choices and hard-earned wisdom, all laced with gentle irony. It was more than wit. It was a way of disarming anger, of reminding people that beneath the grand debates, they were all just human. His letters reveal a man who thought deeply about suffering, about loss, about the cost of leadership. When he wrote to a grieving mother who had lost 5 sons in the war, his words were not those of a distant president, but of a fellow mourner. I feel how weak and fruitless must be any words of mine which should attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming, he admitted. There was no pretense in his comfort, no hollow reassurance, only the quiet acknowledgement of shared sorrow. Lincoln's faith was not the loud, certain kind. He rarely spoke of God in the way of preachers or prophets. Instead, his spirituality was private, questioning, shaped more by doubt than dogma. He often pondered the mysteries of divine will, especially as the war dragged on and the death toll mounted. The Almighty has his own purposes, he said in his second inaugural address, a speech steeped in humility rather than triumph. He did not claim to know God's plan, only to trust that justice, in time, would prevail. At his core, Lincoln believed in the power of words, not as weapons, but as bridges. He knew that language could heal as well as divide, that the right phrase, spoken softly, could turn an enemy into a friend. His speeches were not meant to dazzle, but to persuade, to plant seeds of understanding in even the hardest hearts. With malice toward none, with charity for all, he urged, his voice a steady beacon in the storm of Reconstruction. He understood that peace was not just the absence of war, but the presence of fairness, of a chance for every man to rise in his final days. As the war neared its end, there was a weariness in him, a heaviness that no victory could lift. Yet still, he dreamed of a nation reunited, of a people no longer bound by old hatreds. He carried these hopes gently, knowing they might not bloom in his lifetime. But that was the nature of his philosophy, to plant trees whose shade he would never sit under. And then, at last, sleep. His mind, so often whirring with plans and worries, would still for a few precious hours. The lines on his face softened in the lamplight, the weight of the world momentarily lifted. In those quiet moments, perhaps he dreamed not of speeches or battlefields, but of simpler things, a book left open on a table, the sound of laughter in the next room, the slow turning of pages in a story not yet finished. So let your own thoughts drift now, carried by the rhythm of his words, the steady certainty of his belief in better days. Imagine the soft scratch of a pen on paper, the sigh of a man who bore so much, yet never let his heart grow hard. There is comfort in such a life, in knowing that even the greatest burdens can be carried with grace. And as sleep wraps around you, let the quiet strength of his example linger, a reminder that the best ideals are those lived, not just spoken, and that the truest legacy is one of kindness, patience, and unyielding hope. Rest well, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. From the very beginning, life had not been easy for Abraham Lincoln. He was born into a humble log cabin in the Kentucky wilderness, where the wind howled through the cracks in the walls and the firelight flickered dimly against the cold. His mother, Nancy, died when he was just 9 years old, leaving him and his sister Sarah to face the world with a quiet sorrow that would never quite leave him. His father, Thomas, remarried, bringing a kind stepmother into their lives. But the loss of his mother was a wound that shaped him, a reminder that life could be fragile, that hardship was never far away. As a young man, Lincoln worked hard, splitting rails for fences, laboring in fields, and taking odd jobs to help his family survive. He had little formal schooling, perhaps less than a year in total, but he had an insatiable hunger for knowledge. He would walk miles to borrow books, reading by firelight late into the night, his fingers tracing the words as if they might lead him somewhere better. It was in these quiet hours that he began to dream, not just of escape, but of something greater, something beyond the toil of his daily life. Yet even as he climbed, setbacks followed him like shadows. His first business venture, a general store in New Salem, failed. His partner died, leaving Lincoln saddled with debts he called the national debt, a burden he would spend years repaying, slowly, faithfully. Because his word meant more to him than his comfort, he ran for the Illinois state legislature and lost. He courted a young woman named Anne Rutledge, only to lose her to illness, a grief so deep that friends feared he might not recover. But he did, He always did. He studied law, teaching himself through borrowed books and sheer determination. He became a lawyer, then a legislator, then a congressman. But even in politics, disappointment found him. His early opposition to the Mexican-American War made him unpopular, costing him his seat in Congress. He returned to his law practice, riding the circuit from town to town, sleeping in rough country inns, listening to the stories of ordinary people. It was here, in the quiet moments between cases, that he learned the art of patience, of waiting, of listening, of knowing when to speak, and when to let silence do its work. Then came the greatest challenge of his life, the fight against slavery. It was a battle that would define him, but it did not come easily. He was not always the bold abolitionist of legend. At first, he spoke cautiously, believing slavery was wrong, but fearing the upheaval of its immediate end. He lost races, he made compromises, he wrestled with doubt. When he ran for the Senate against Stephen Douglas, he spoke with eloquence and fire, warning that a house divided against itself could not stand. But he lost. The people of Illinois had chosen Douglas instead, leaving Lincoln to return to his law practice once more. His dreams deferred, but not destroyed. And then, improbably, he rose again. The Republican Party, still young and untested, chose him as their candidate for president in 1860. He won, but his victory was the spark that set the nation aflame. Southern states seceded before he even took office, and by the time he delivered his first inaugural address, the country was tearing itself apart. The weight of it must have been unbearable at times. The letters from grieving mothers, the telegrams from battlefields, the endless arguments with generals who did not share his vision. He lost friends. He lost sleep. He lost his beloved son, Willie, to typhoid fever, a loss that left him hollow-eyed with grief, sitting alone in the White House at night, staring into the darkness. Through it all, he persisted. When his generals hesitated, he pushed them forward. When the war dragged on, bleeding the nation dry, he refused to let despair take hold. He issued the Emancipation Proclamation, not as a perfect solution, but as a first step, a declaration that the war must mean something more than just reunion. He knew it would anger many, that it might cost him politically, but he did it anyway, because some things were worth the risk. Even in his final days, as the war neared its end, the challenges did not cease. There were those who hated him, who saw his vision of reconciliation as weakness. There were those who would never forgive him, but he pressed on, planning for peace, imagining a nation rebuilt not on vengeance, but on mercy. He knew the road ahead would be long, that the wounds of war would not heal quickly. But he had learned, through all his years of hardship, that the only way forward was one step at a time. And so, as you drift towards sleep, think of him not as a figure of stone, but as a man who knew weariness, who knew doubt, who carried the weight of the world and still found reasons to hope. Think of him reading by firelight, of him walking alone at night, of him bending under grief, but never breaking. There is a quiet strength in that, a reminder that even the darkest nights give way to dawn. So let your own burdens soften now, your thoughts easing into rest, knowing that even the greatest trials can be met with patience, with perseverance, with a heart that refuses to harden. Sleep, and may you wake with the same quiet resolve, one step at a time, one day at a time, moving always toward the light. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Few people know that Abraham Lincoln, the man who carried a nation through its darkest hour, was also a man of quiet, almost playful contradictions. Behind the solemn face of the president, there hid a storyteller, a tinkerer, a man who found solace in the smallest and simplest of things. He was not just a leader, but a human being with quirks and hidden talents, with private joys and sorrows that made him all the more real. Consider, for instance, his love of animals. Lincoln had a deep, almost boyish affection for creatures of all kinds. There was a cat named Tabby who lived in the White House, and Lincoln would often pause in the middle of his endless duties to pet her, murmuring softly as she purred in his lap. Once, when he found a nest of orphaned kittens on a battlefield, he gathered them up himself, refusing to leave them behind. "They'll be cared for," he said, and he meant it. In a world of war and suffering, these small acts of kindness were his way of holding onto gentleness. Then there was his sense of humor, sharp and dry, a tool he used to ease tension in even the gravest of moments. He once told a joke so absurd during a cabinet meeting that his advisors groaned, but he only laughed harder, his shoulders shaking with mirth. He knew the power of laughter, how it could lighten a burden, if only for a moment. Even in the thick of war, he would entertain guests with funny stories, his long legs stretched out before him, his voice rich with amusement. Some thought it unbecoming of a president, but he never stopped. Perhaps it was his way of reminding himself and others that joy could still exist, even in the hardest of times. President to hold a patent. As a young man, he had worked on flatboats, navigating the Mississippi, and he noticed how easily they ran aground on sandbars. So he designed a set of buoyant chambers that could be inflated to lift a boat over such obstacles. The idea never took off, but it spoke to his restless mind, his love of problem solving. Even as president, he would tinker with gadgets, turning them over in his hands, testing how they worked. He was, in many ways, a man who never stopped learning, never stopped wondering. And then there were the quiet hours, the moments when the weight of the world pressed too heavily, and he sought refuge in poetry. He carried a book of Shakespeare's sonnets with him, reading them by lamplight when sleep eluded him. He especially loved Macbeth, the tragedy of a man undone by ambition. Perhaps because Lincoln understood the cost of power, the way it could twist a soul if one was not careful. He would recite lines under his breath, his voice soft, almost reverent. Poetry, for him, was not just words, but a kind of medicine, a way to make sense of the unspeakable. He was also a man of deep superstitions, a trait few associate with the rational, legal mind that crafted the Emancipation Proclamation. He believed in dreams, in omens, in signs that others might dismiss. Once, just before his election, he saw two versions of himself in a mirror, one healthy, the other ghostly pale. He took it as a premonition, a warning that he would not survive his second term. And then there was the recurring dream he had of a ship moving swiftly toward some dark horizon. He never spoke of it publicly, but those close to him knew it haunted him in a time when science and reason were rising. Lincoln still held space for mystery, for the unseen threads that wove through life. Perhaps most surprising of all was his tenderness as a father. The Lincoln we picture tall, somber, weighed down by war, was also a man who indulged his children shamelessly. His boys, Willie and Tad, turned the White House into their playground, racing through the halls, interrupting meetings, even using their father's desk as a fort. And Lincoln, instead of scolding them, would laugh, scooping them up in his long arms, letting them tug at his coat. When Willie died of typhoid fever, the grief nearly broke him. He would slip into the room where the boy had lain, whispering to the empty space as if Willie might still hear him. Even in public, his eyes would sometimes fill with tears at the mention of his son. It was a side of him few saw, the raw, unguarded heart of a mourning father. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of him not just as the great emancipator, the savior of the Union, but as a man who loved kittens and jokes, who tinkered with inventions, who whispered poetry in the dark. Think of him as someone who carried grief and hope in equal measure, who found strength not in hardness, but in tenderness. The weight of his burdens was immense, yet he never let them crush his humanity. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson of all, that even in the midst of storms, we can still hold onto the small, quiet things that make us who we are. The laughter, the kindness, the love that lingers even in loss. So let your thoughts settle now, like leaves coming to rest on still water, and know that even the strongest among us were human, too. Sleep, and may you wake with the same gentle resilience, carrying your own light into the world, one small, steady step at a time. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. To understand Abraham Lincoln, we must first step back into the world that shaped him, a world of great change, both turbulent and beautiful, where the old ways were fading and new ideas were stirring like wind through the prairie grass. He was born in 1809 in a simple log cabin in Kentucky, a place where the land itself seemed to stretch endlessly, wild and untamed. The early 19th century was a time of expansion, of pioneers pressing westward, of steamboats churning down the Mississippi, and of small towns rising from the earth like saplings reaching for the sun. The world beyond America was shifting too. Across the ocean, the Industrial Revolution was transforming Europe, with machines humming in factories and railways stitching cities together. But in Lincoln's childhood, life moved at the pace of a plow horse. His family moved from Kentucky to Indiana and later to Illinois, seeking better land and opportunity. The frontier was harsh, winters bit deep, and summers baked the earth dry. Yet there was a quiet rhythm to it all. The sound of an axe splitting wood, the murmur of a fire at night, the slow turning of the seasons. Lincoln grew up in a world where books were rare treasures. His education was patchwork, a few months here and there in frontier schools. But his hunger for learning was endless. He would walk miles to borrow a book, reading by firelight, tracing the words with his fingers. He absorbed Aesop's fables, the Bible, Shakespeare, and works on law and history. In those quiet hours, his mind stretched beyond the confines of the wilderness, dreaming of something greater. As he came of age, America itself was wrestling with its soul. The young nation was still finding its footing, its democratic experiment unfolding unevenly. The 1820s and 1830s were years of fierce debate over states' rights, tariffs, and the expansion of slavery. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 had tried to balance free and slave states, but the tension simmered beneath the surface like a slow-burning ember. Meanwhile, new movements were stirring. Abolitionists like William Lloyd Garrison raised their voices against slavery, while others argued for its necessity. The country was a patchwork of contradictions, and Lincoln, watching from the edges, absorbed it all. By the time he entered politics, the world was speeding up. Railroads were stitching the nation together. Telegraph wires hummed with messages, and the first daguerreotypes captured faces in frozen silver light. The 1840s and 1850s were a time of upheaval. The Mexican-American War expanded the nation's borders, but at a cost. The question of whether new territories would allow slavery grew louder, more urgent. The Compromise of 1850 tried to calm the storm, but the Fugitive Slave Act, which required Northerners to return escaped slaves, only deepened the divide. And then came the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, which shattered the fragile peace. The idea of popular sovereignty, letting settlers decide whether to allow slavery, turned Kansas into a battleground. Blood spilled in the streets, and men like John Brown took up arms, believing violence was the only answer. Lincoln, who had been practicing law in Illinois, felt the ground shifting beneath him. He re-entered politics, joining the new Republican Party, which stood firmly against the spread of slavery. The world was changing in quieter ways, too. The rise of newspapers meant ideas spread faster than ever before. The penny press brought news to the masses, and Lincoln, a gifted storyteller, understood the power of words. His debates with Stephen Douglas in 1858 drew crowds, his deep voice rising and falling like a river current, his arguments sharp but fair. He lost that Senate race, but his words lingered in the air, his name growing larger in the national consciousness. By 1860, the country stood at a precipice. The Democratic Party split along sectional lines, and Lincoln, once a backwoods lawyer, became the Republican nominee for president. His election sent shockwaves through the South. States began to secede, one by one, like threads pulling loose from a tapestry. By the time he took the oath of office in March 1861, the nation was unraveling. The Civil War that followed was the defining storm of his life. It was a war unlike any other brother against brother. Farm boys turned soldiers, entire landscapes scorched by battle. The world watched as America tore itself apart. Across the Atlantic, European powers weighed whether to intervene, while factories churned out rifles and railroads carried armies to the front. The war was fought not just with bullets, but with ideas. Lincoln framed it as a test of whether a nation conceived in liberty could endure. And yet, amid the carnage, there were moments of quiet grace. The Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 shifted the war's purpose, declaring freedom for enslaved people in Confederate-held territory. It was not a perfect document. It left slavery untouched in border states. But it was a turning point, a declaration that the war was now about something greater than union. The Gettysburg Address, just a few months later, distilled the struggle into a few crystalline sentences. A government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. The war ground on, its toll measured in graveyards and grieving families. Lincoln aged visibly, his face lined with sorrow, his shoulders bowed by the weight. Yet even then, he found solace in small things, a joke shared with a visitor, the laughter of his son Tad, the quiet company of his wife Mary, though she too was haunted by loss. The war ended in April 1865, but Lincoln did not live to see the peace. 5 days after Appomattox, he was assassinated, his life cut short just as the healing began. The world he left behind was forever changed. Slavery was abolished, but the work of rebuilding, of stitching the nation back together, would take generations. The Industrial Revolution surged forward, transforming America into a modern power. The telegraph gave way to the telephone, the railroad to the automobile. The ideas Lincoln championed, equality, democracy, the dignity of every person, echoed through the decades, inspiring movements yet to come. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let the story of Lincoln and his time settle over you like a soft blanket. Think of the world he knew, the candlelight flickering in a log cabin, the rustle of pages turning, the sound of a distant train whistle in the night. Think of the great currents of history carrying us forward, and the quiet moments in between, the laughter of a child, the warmth of a hand, held in grief, the steady heartbeat of hope that endures even in the darkest hours. Rest now, knowing that even the mightiest figures were shaped by the gentle rhythms of life, by love and loss, by the quiet persistence of the human spirit. And may you wake, as Lincoln did each day, with the strength to carry your own light into the world, one step at a time. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Abraham Lincoln's influence on culture, society, and the very fabric of American life was like a slow-moving river, steady, deep, and impossible to ignore. His impact did not arrive in a single moment, nor did it fade when his voice fell silent. Instead, it seeped into the consciousness of a nation, shaping its values, its laws, and the way its people saw themselves and one another. His words and actions became a quiet refrain in the great song of American history, a melody that played on long after he was gone. Consider the way he transformed the presidency itself. Before Lincoln, the office was a distant thing, bound by tradition and formality. But he brought with him a kind of plain-spoken honesty, a humility that made the presidency feel human. He was a man who had split rails, who had walked miles to borrow books, who had known loss and hardship. When he spoke, it was not in the polished rhetoric of the elite, but in the language of the people, clear, direct, and full of moral weight. His speeches, like the Gettysburg Address, were brief but profound, turning political moments into moral reckonings. Over time, his style reshaped how leaders communicated, making authenticity and clarity virtues in public life. His greatest act, of course, was the abolition of slavery. But that was not just a legal change, it was a cultural earthquake. For generations, slavery had been woven into the economy, the social order, even the way people thought about race and humanity. To upend, it was to challenge the very foundations of the country. And yet, Lincoln did so with a quiet determination, framing emancipation not just as a wartime necessity, but as a moral imperative. The Emancipation Proclamation was more than a document. It was a signal to the world that America, in time, might live up to its own ideals. Public perception of Lincoln shifted over the years, much like the slow turning of seasons. In his lifetime, he was a polarizing figure, loved by some, hated by others. His opponents called him a tyrant, a backwoods fool, even a traitor to the white race. But as the years passed, as the wounds of war began to heal, people began to see him differently. They remembered his mercy, how he pardoned soldiers, how he urged reconciliation. They remembered his humor, his ability to diffuse tension with a well-told story. And they remembered his sorrow, the deep lines of grief etched into his face, a reminder that even the most powerful among us bear private burdens. By the early 20th century, Lincoln had become something more than a president. He had become a symbol. Schools taught his story, artists painted his likeness, and his words were carved into stone. His face joined Washington's on Mount Rushmore, a silent guardian of the Republic. But his legacy was not just in monuments. It was in the way people began to see democracy itself. He had proven that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, could endure even its darkest hour. That idea inspired movements far beyond America's borders. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela would later speak of Lincoln's influence on their own struggles for justice. In literature and art, Lincoln's presence was inescapable. Poets like Walt Whitman immortalized him in verse, capturing not just the statesman, but the man his awkward height, his careworn expression, his deep, resonant voice. Painters and sculptors tried to capture his essence, sometimes making him larger than life, other times rendering him with tender realism. Even in popular culture, he became a folk hero, the subject of countless stories, some true, some embellished, all part of the myth that grew around him. Perhaps his most enduring cultural footprint was in the way he redefined freedom. Before Lincoln, freedom was often discussed in abstract terms: rights, laws, constitutions. But he made it personal. He spoke of a new birth of freedom, a phrase that suggested liberty was not just a political condition, but a living, breathing thing, something to be nurtured and protected. That idea resonated through the civil rights movement, through women's suffrage, through every struggle for equality that followed. Standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial a century later would echo that vision, declaring that America must one day live out the true meaning of its creed. Lincoln's influence on law was just as profound. His insistence on preserving the Union set a precedent for federal authority, shaping the balance of power between states and the national government for generations. His support for the Homestead Act and the Transcontinental Railroad helped fuel America's westward expansion, transforming the nation's economy and geography. Even his creation of Thanksgiving as a national holiday was a small but meaningful act, a reminder that even in times of division, there could be moments of shared gratitude. But beyond the grand historical shifts, Lincoln's impact could be felt in quieter ways, in the way ordinary people thought about leadership, about perseverance, about compassion. Parents told their children his story, not just as history, but as a lesson in character. Teachers held him up as proof that education could lift a person from obscurity to greatness. And in times of national crisis, leaders of all kinds, presidents, activists, even poets, would return to his words, seeking wisdom in the cadence of his speeches. His legacy was not without its complexities. The Reconstruction era that followed his death was fraught with broken promises, with racism that persisted in new forms. Lincoln himself had wrestled with questions of race and equality, evolving in his thinking, but never arriving at a perfect vision. Yet even in those ambiguities, there was something deeply human, a reminder that progress is rarely a straight line, that even the wisest among us are still learning. Today, Lincoln's presence lingers, not just in history books, but in the way we imagine what leadership can be. He reminds us that strength does not have to be loud, that humor can coexist with gravity, that sorrow can deepen rather than diminish resolve. His life was a testament to the idea that one person, shaped by hardship and guided by conscience, can bend the arc of history. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let the weight of that legacy settle gently around you. Think of Lincoln not as a statue or a face on a coin, but as a man who once sat by a fire, reading by lamplight, who knew doubt as well as conviction, who carried the hopes of millions and still found moments of quiet joy. His story is part of a larger one, a story of a nation stumbling toward its better self, of ideals that endure even when they are not yet realized. Rest now, knowing that the echoes of his life still ripple through time, touching lives in ways seen and unseen. And may you, like him, find strength in the quiet moments, courage in the face of uncertainty, and the steady, unshakable belief that a brighter future is always possible, one step at a time. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. One of the lesser known but deeply revealing stories about Abraham Lincoln comes from his early days as a young lawyer in Illinois. He was known to carry important papers inside his tall hat, a practical solution for a man who often traveled on horseback between courthouses. On one occasion, a gust of wind sent his hat tumbling into the mud, scattering legal documents across the road. Rather than grow frustrated, Lincoln simply laughed, gathered the papers, and joked that the wind must have had a case against him too. This small moment speaks to his ability to find lightness even in minor misfortunes, a trait that would serve him well in the far heavier trials ahead. Another quiet but telling incident happened during his time in the White House. Lincoln often struggled with insomnia, and on many nights he would wander the halls, pausing to gaze out the windows at the darkened city. One evening, a young guard found the president sitting alone, mending his own socks by candlelight. When the soldier expressed surprise, Lincoln simply smiled and said, "I've been darning socks since I was 7. It was a humble act, one that revealed his self-reliance and the simplicity he never lost, even amid the grandeur of the presidency." Lincoln's humor was legendary, and he often used it to disarm tension. The room erupted in laughter, diffusing the moment's anger. This quick wit wasn't just for show. It was a tool he wielded with care, a way to connect with people and ease the weight of difficult conversations. There's also the story of the time he stopped a military execution. A young soldier had fallen asleep on guard duty, a crime punishable by death during wartime. It was a decision that revealed his deep sense of mercy, his understanding that justice must sometimes bend toward compassion. One of the most touching glimpses into his private life comes from his relationship with Tad, his youngest son. When Tad was sick with fever, Lincoln sat by his bedside for hours, telling stories and soothing him with his deep, steady voice. On better days, the two would play on the White House lawn, the president allowing his son to ride on his shoulders as they laughed together. These quiet moments of fatherhood were a refuge for Lincoln, a reminder of the simple joys that sustained him through the darkest of times. Few know that Lincoln was also an early adopter of technology. He was fascinated by the telegraph and would often visit the War Department's telegraph office to send messages himself, sometimes staying late into the night to monitor battlefield updates. The operators there grew fond of his presence, noting how he would lean back in his chair, eyes closed, listening to the rhythmic clicking of the machine as if it were a kind of music. He carried a deep respect for animals as well. Once, while riding through a battlefield, he saw a group of soldiers tormenting a turtle. He dismounted, gently picked up the creature, and carried it to the safety of nearby woods. It was a small act of kindness, but one that spoke to his belief in compassion for all living things. Another quiet but profound moment came in the final days of the Civil War as Union troops marched into Richmond. Lincoln insisted on visiting the Confederate White House. He sat quietly in Jefferson Davis's chair, not in triumph, but in contemplation. A witness described how he ran his hands over the armrests, his face solemn, as if imagining the weight his counterpart had carried. There was no gloating, only a weary understanding of the cost of war and the work still ahead. Even his final evening was marked by a moment of unexpected warmth. At Ford's Theater, just before the fateful shot, Lincoln leaned over to whisper something to his wife, Mary, making her laugh softly. No one knows what he said, but the image of them sharing that fleeting, ordinary joy lingers, a reminder that history is made not just in grand speeches and battles, but in the quiet, human moments between them. These stories, like whispers from the past, remind us that greatness often resides in the small, unguarded instants of a life. Lincoln's legacy is not just in the laws he signed or the battles he won, but in the kindness he showed, the laughter he shared, and the quiet strength he carried even in solitude. As you drift toward sleep, let these moments settle over you like gentle shadows, a reminder that history is made by people who mended socks, told jokes, loved their children, and sometimes just needed a moment to sit by a window and breathe. And so, as the night wraps around you, imagine Lincoln not as a marble figure, but as a man who once walked barefoot through the Illinois prairie, who paused to watch a sunset, who carried the weight of a nation, but still found time for a quiet game with his son. His life, like all lives, was woven from such small, tender threads that, when gathered together, form something far greater than any single moment could contain. Sleep now, knowing that even the mightiest oaks grow from humble seeds, and that the echoes of kindness, courage, and quiet resilience linger long after the stories are told. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his life, Abraham Lincoln carried the weight of a nation divided. Yet, his steps never faltered in their purpose. His later years were marked by deep lines etched into his face, each one telling a story of sleepless nights and hard-won victories. Even as the Civil War raged on, he found solace in small moments, reading by lamplight, walking the halls of the White House late at night, or listening to the distant laughter of his youngest son, Tad, echoing through the corridors. The burden of leadership never left him, but neither did his kindness, his dry wit, or his gentle way of seeing the world. As the war drew to a close in early 1865, Lincoln allowed himself to hope. The Emancipation Proclamation had already changed the course of history, declaring freedom for millions enslaved. But he knew the work was not yet done. He pushed for the passage of the 13th Amendment, the final legal blow to slavery, ensuring that no state could ever reinstate it. The night the amendment passed, the chamber erupted in celebration, cheers, tears, even embraces among men who had been bitter enemies. Yet even in victory, he carried a quiet sorrow. The war had cost so much, over 600,000 lives, families torn apart, cities left in ruins. He had seen the wounded in hospitals, shaken hands with soldiers who would never walk again, and comforted mothers who had lost their sons. His own heart had been broken twice before, with the deaths of his beloved children Eddie and Willie. These losses lived in him, deepening his compassion, making him speak not just as a leader, but as a fellow sufferer. It was a plea for healing, a whisper of the peace he longed to see. That spring, as the cherry blossoms bloomed in Washington, Lincoln allowed himself to dream of the future. He spoke of traveling to California, of seeing the West he had helped unite. He imagined a quiet retirement, perhaps returning to his law practice, or simply sitting on a porch somewhere, telling stories to his grandchildren. But fate had other plans. On the evening of April 14th, 1865, he and Mary stepped into Ford's Theater for a moment of respite. The war was over. The weight had lifted, if only for a night, and in that final hour, he leaned toward his wife, whispered something that made her laugh, a small, ordinary joy, a fleeting reminder that even great men are simply human. The shock of his assassination sent waves of grief across the nation. In the North, cities draped themselves in black. In the South, where many had cursed his name, some now realized the magnitude of what had been lost. A leader who had sought reconciliation, not vengeance. His funeral train carried him home to Illinois, passing through towns where people stood in silent rows, holding candles in the night. Farmers knelt by the tracks. Children laid flowers on the rails, and old soldiers saluted as the train rolled by. It was as if the entire country had paused to mourn not just a president, but a father, a friend, a man who had carried their hopes and sorrows as his own. In the years that followed, Lincoln's legacy only grew. His words, once spoken in the heat of war, became sacred texts of democracy. The Gettysburg Address, delivered in just a few minutes, became a testament to the idea that all men are created equal. The Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment reshaped the nation's soul, though the struggle for true equality would stretch far beyond his lifetime. Even his flaws, his moments of doubt, his bouts of melancholy, made him more real, more relatable. He was not a myth, but a man who had risen from a log cabin to the highest office, not through privilege, but through sheer will, wisdom, and an unshakable belief in justice. Today, his shadow stretches long across the land. His face gazes from Mount Rushmore and the $5 bill. But his true monument is in the lives he touched and the ideals he upheld. Schools bear his name, children recite his speeches, and every time someone stands up for what is right, even when it is hard, they walk in his footsteps. His story reminds us that greatness is not about perfection, but about perseverance, about showing up again and again, even when the road is dark. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of Lincoln not as a statue, but as a man who once sat by a fire, reading Shakespeare aloud to ease his mind, who carried letters from grieving families in his pocket, who found comfort in the laughter of his children. His life was a tapestry of light and shadow, of towering speeches and quiet kindnesses. And though he is gone, his words still echo soft but unshakable, like the sound of distant thunder rolling across the prairie. Rest now, knowing that even in the darkest nights, there are those who light the way. And like Lincoln, you too are part of this great, unfolding story, a story of courage, of hope, and of small, tender moments that, when gathered together, change the world. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Abraham Lincoln's legacy is like a great river, flowing quietly but powerfully through time, shaping the land it touches in ways both seen and unseen. His words, his actions, and the very essence of his character have rippled outward, touching generations long after his voice fell silent. The echoes of his leadership can be heard in the speeches of those who came after him, in the ideals of movements that sought justice, and in the quiet courage of ordinary people who found strength in his example. Standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial a century later, his voice rising like a hymn over the reflecting pool. In that moment, Lincoln's presence was palpable, as if his spirit had stepped out of the marble to bear witness. Kings dream of a nation where all are judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, was a continuation of Lincoln's own unfinished work. The Emancipation Proclamation had torn open the door to freedom, but it was the civil rights movement that walked through it, guided by Lincoln's belief in equality. Even now, in quiet courtrooms and bustling classrooms, his influence lingers. Judges invoke his words when defending the rule of law. Teachers read the Gettysburg Address aloud, letting its cadence settle over young minds like a gentle rain. The idea that government should be of the people, by the people, for the people, is not just a line from a speech. It is a living principle, whispered in town halls and shouted in protests. A reminder that democracy is not a gift, but a responsibility. Lincoln's humility, too, has left its mark. Leaders who study him learn that power is best wielded with compassion, that true strength lies in listening, in admitting mistakes, in rising above bitterness. These are not just pretty words, they are a way of being, a quiet fire that warms the coldest of conflicts. Even in places Lincoln never saw, his ideals took root. In India, Mahatma Gandhi drew inspiration from his steadfastness, weaving threads of nonviolent resistance into a movement for independence. In South Africa, in Eastern Europe, in the streets of Hong Kong, those who fight for freedom still find solace in Lincoln's unshakable belief that no man should be enslaved by chains, by tyranny, or by fear. And yet, his legacy is not without its shadows. Statues and speeches alone cannot erase the centuries of struggle that followed emancipation. The promise of equality remains a work in progress, challenged by those who resist change, questioned by those who wonder if Lincoln's vision was too hopeful, too fragile for the weight of history. But even in this tension, his presence endures. When a young activist quotes his words at a rally, when a lawmaker cites his example in a debate, when a parent tells their child about the man who believed in a united country, Lincoln is there, not as a myth, but as a guide. Perhaps his greatest gift was his understanding that no single person could finish the work of justice. He knew the road would be long, that others would have to walk it long after he was gone, and so he planted seeds of freedom, of unity, of perseverance, trusting that they would grow in ways he could not foresee. As you drift toward sleep, imagine those seeds now, scattered across time, taking root in unexpected places. A lawyer defending the rights of the voiceless, a protester holding a sign with Lincoln's words painted in bold letters. These are his living monuments, more enduring than stone, more lasting than bronze. And just as the tallest trees began as the smallest seeds, so too does change begin with quiet moments, a conversation, a decision, a single act of courage. Lincoln knew this. His life was a testament to the power of persistence, of showing up even when the night seems endless. So rest now, knowing that the work of the world does not rest on your shoulders alone. You are part of a great chain, stretching backward and forward, linking hands across the years. And somewhere in that chain, Lincoln's hand still reaches out, not to pull, but to steady, to remind you that the light has never gone out, that the dream has never faded, that the story is still being written, one gentle, determined word at a time. Let that thought carry you into sleep, as soft as a whisper, as steady as a heartbeat. The night is long, but the dawn always comes. And when it does, you, like Lincoln, like all those who came before, will rise to meet it, wrapped in the comfort of these words. We'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Abraham Lincoln's story has been told so many times, in so many ways, that the man himself has often been lost beneath the weight of legend. We know him as the great emancipator, the rail splitter, the humble lawyer who rose to save the Union. But these titles, while not untrue, can sometimes smooth over the rough edges of his life, the doubts he carried, the contradictions he wrestled with. History, like memory, has a way of softening the sharp corners, of turning complex human beings into marble statues. But Lincoln was never carved from stone. He was flesh and blood, full of quiet fears and quiet triumphs. A man who grew into his principles rather than being born with them fully formed. One of the most enduring myths about Lincoln is that he was always, unshakably, the champion of racial equality. It is true that he came to see slavery as a moral evil, that he signed the Emancipation Proclamation, that he believed in the fundamental dignity of all people, but his journey toward that conviction was slow, winding, marked by hesitation and political calculation. Early in his career, he supported the idea of colonization, sending freed Black Americans to Africa or Central America, a notion that seems shocking now, but was, at the time, considered a moderate position. He feared that white Americans would never accept Black citizens as equals, and for a while, he saw separation as the only solution. It was only through conversations with Black leaders like Frederick Douglass, through witnessing the bravery of Black soldiers in the Civil War, that his views deepened. This is not to diminish his legacy, but to remind us that even the most righteous beliefs often begin as small, uncertain seeds, watered by experience and time. Another common misconception is that Lincoln was universally beloved in his time. In truth, he was one of the most reviled presidents in American history, at least while he lived. Northern abolitionists thought he moved too slowly against slavery. Democrats accused him of tyranny. Southerners saw him as a monster, a dictator tearing their way of life apart. Even his own cabinet often doubted him. His face was burned in effigy, his speeches mocked, his policies denounced. The weight of the war, the endless telegrams bearing news of death, the sleepless nights, these things carved deep lines into his face long before his time. We remember him now as a figure of unity, but in his day, he was a polarizing force, a man who had to make impossible choices in impossible times. Then there is the image of Lincoln as the simple, backwoods lawyer, the man who educated himself by firelight, who split rails and told folksy stories. There is truth here. Too, Lincoln was indeed self-taught, raised in poverty, and gifted with a sharp wit, but this image can obscure the depth of his intellect. He was a voracious reader, a master of language, a man who studied Euclid's geometry for pleasure, and who could recite Shakespeare by heart. His speeches were not just stirring, they were meticulously crafted, every word weighed for rhythm and meaning. The Gettysburg Address, just 272 words long, was not dashed off in a moment of inspiration. It was the product of a lifetime of thought, of a mind that understood the weight of brevity. We also tend to forget how much Lincoln struggled with despair. The image of the steady, wise leader can make us overlook the depths of his melancholy. He once wrote a poem about suicide. He suffered what we might now call clinical depression, enduring periods of such profound sadness that friends worried he might harm himself. The death of his son, Willie, in the White House nearly broke him, yet it was this very familiarity with sorrow that gave him such deep empathy, that allowed him to speak of the better angels of our nature with such quiet conviction. His strength was not the absence of weakness, but the ability to carry it without being crushed. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of Lincoln's story is how much he changed. The man who entered the presidency in 1861 was not the same man who left it in 1865. War reshaped him. Loss reshaped him. The courage of others reshaped him. He began his presidency willing to compromise on slavery if it would preserve the Union. By the end, he was pushing for the 13th Amendment, abolishing it entirely. He started with a narrow view of black citizenship. He ended by suggesting that some black men, at least, should have the right to vote. He grew, in other words, as all of us do, not in a straight line, but in fits and starts, in moments of clarity and moments of doubt. Even the way he died has been polished by time. We remember the tragedy of his assassination, the shocking end to a life of service. But we forget how exhausted he was in those final days, how the war had aged him beyond his years. We forget that his last act was laughter, watching a play, enjoying a rare moment of lightness before the bullet struck. And we forget, too, that his death did not bring the healing he had hoped for. The reconstruction he envisioned was far more generous than the one that followed, and his absence left a void that others could not fill. All of this is not to tear down the man, but to see him more clearly, to remember that heroes are never perfect, that progress is never simple, that even the greatest among us are still human. Lincoln's power lay not in being born great, but in becoming great through struggle, through error, through the quiet, daily work of trying to be better. And perhaps that is the most comforting thought of all, that change does not require perfection, only persistence. So as you drift toward sleep, let go of the idea that history is made by flawless figures, that the past was simpler than it was. The truth is always richer, always more complicated, and that is what makes it beautiful. Lincoln was not a legend. He was a man, a tired, grieving, brilliant, contradictory man, who kept going even when the road was dark. And if he could do that, with all his doubts and fears, then perhaps so can we. Rest now and dream not of marble statues, but of quiet, steady footsteps moving forward, one at a time, into the light. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Abraham Lincoln's life was not a straight path toward greatness, but a winding road filled with deep valleys and towering peaks. He was born in a humble log cabin, his childhood marked by poverty and loss, his education pieced together by borrowed books and candlelight. Yet within him burned a quiet determination, a curiosity about the world, and a belief in justice that would shape not only his own destiny, but the destiny of a nation. His story is a reminder that greatness often emerges not from privilege, but from perseverance, from the slow, steady work of a mind and heart unwilling to give up. His presidency came at the most fragile moment in American history, a time when the country was tearing itself apart. The weight of that division rested on his shoulders, and he carried it with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. He was not a perfect leader. He made mistakes. He hesitated. He wrestled with doubt. But he also listened, learned, and grew. The Emancipation Proclamation did not come easily. It was the result of years of moral struggle, political calculation, and the painful recognition that the nation could not survive half slave and half free. Even then, he knew it was only a beginning, not an end. Lincoln's words, simple yet profound, still echo across time. The Gettysburg Address, delivered in just a few minutes, reshaped the meaning of the war and the soul of the country. He spoke not of victory, but of sacrifice, not of division, but of unity. With malice toward none, with charity for all, he urged the nation to heal, to rebuild, to move forward together. His vision was cut short by an assassin's bullet, leaving his work unfinished, his dreams for Reconstruction unfulfilled. Yet his words lived on, his ideals taking root in the generations that followed. Today, Lincoln is remembered not as a myth, but as a man who laughed with a high, reedy voice, who told stories to ease his own melancholy, who carried letters from grieving mothers in his pockets. His face, lined with exhaustion, stares out from the $5 bill and the towering memorial in Washington, a reminder of the burdens of leadership. But more than statues or currency, his legacy lives in the ongoing struggle for equality, in the belief that a government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. Civil rights leaders, poets, presidents, and ordinary citizens have all drawn strength from his example. Martin Luther King Jr. stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial when he shared his dream of racial justice. Barack Obama took his oath of office with his hand on Lincoln's Bible. School children still memorize his speeches. Historians still debate his choices. and visitors still leave pennies at his tombstone in Springfield, Illinois. A small but enduring tribute to the man who believed in the worth of every human being. Lincoln's influence stretches far beyond politics. He is a symbol of resilience, of rising after failure, of holding fast to hope even in the darkest hours. He lost elections, buried 2 of his children, and bore the anguish of a war that claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, and yet he kept going. He found solace in Shakespeare, in humor, in the quiet moments of connection with those he loved. His life teaches us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to keep walking forward despite it. As you settle into the soft embrace of sleep, let your mind drift over the image of Lincoln, not the stern figure of marble, but the tired man reading by lamplight, the grieving father writing a letter to a widow, the leader who carried the weight of a nation's sorrow. Remember that history is made not by giants, but by human beings who choose, again and again, to do what they believe is right. And as you close your eyes, imagine the whisper of pages turning, the faint scent of old books, the quiet creak of a rocking chair in a modest White House bedroom. Picture the man who, despite everything, still believed in the better angels of our nature. Let that thought comfort you, that even in uncertainty, even in struggle, there is always a way forward, one step at a time. Breathe deeply now, and let yourself drift into rest. May your dreams be gentle, filled with the warmth of firelight and the steady rhythm of footsteps moving, always moving toward the dawn. Sleep well, and wake knowing that even the longest night gives way to morning.